Everyone, thank you for attending today's webinar. My name is Karen and I am the International Recruitment Manager at Brunel University London. So my presentation today will just give you an overview about Brunel. So let's get started. So the three main things I usually say to students when they're thinking about a university is, firstly, is about the location. Where would you like to study? Think about whether you'd like to study in a city or a town or a rural area, or how important it is to you. Then secondly, thinking about the environment you wish to study in. So whether that's a campus-based university or whether the university campus is across a town, or whether you have to commute from your accommodation to the actual campus. And then finally, and obviously, is about the course and whether that's about whether you want to learn something new or something familiar to you. And, think about if you are looking at something like business and management, do a bit of research and see what modules are involved, because different universities may have the same subject area, but the content may be slightly different. So for Brunel, we are located in the west of London. We are 15 minutes away from Heathrow Airport, and our local town's called Uxbridge. Now, Uxbridge is only a 5-minute bus ride away from our campus, and it has shopping centres, the bars, the restaurants, cinema, and you can get the London Underground into central London within 45 minutes. So I may be a little bit biased, but I think it's a great location to be in. It's just that it's not as hectic as central London where you're living. However, being West London, there is cheaper living costs, which is great. So that's about the location. So the environment. So Brunel is a campus-based university, and that means it's a single-site London campus with everything that you need on the one site. So not only your lectures, the library, the lab spaces, the medical centre, the coffee shops and places to eat, we also have sports facilities. I think what is key is that the accommodation is on either side of campus here. So, when I've asked students why did they choose Brunel, they always say it's about the campus, it's that community feel, everything's in easy access on that one site. However, easy access into the local town, easy access into central London if they wanted to. And also about the facilities. I mean, like most universities, we always say about our world-class facilities, but anyone that's into their athletics will recognise the gentleman there on the left-hand side, and that's Usain Bolt. And he's the Olympic sprinter. So he used Brunel and chose to use Brunel as his training ground, not only for the Olympics, in 2012, but he also came back a few years later to use our indoor athletics centre, and that has just recently been refurbished as well. So great sporting facilities, including a competition athletics track as well. But not only this, we also have UEFA football pitches, we have the tennis courts, rugby pitches, our sports hall that has also the gym and weights room. But not only with the facilities there, I will cover slightly about the other sort of lab and equipment that we have at the university, but just as an overview. For instance, our engineering students, they have access to the flight simulator, the supersonic wind tunnels, and that helps them in supporting them throughout their studies whilst they're at university. And then if you're interested in sort of the arts in your leisure time, we have a dedicated arts centre that has pottery, the painting, drawing and different things like that. Now, all universities have a library, so we have our library, but it has the latest digital and technology resources that all that a student can need. In addition to that, we do have subject-specific librarians to, again, support the students studying at university. We also have a campus mini supermarket. We have a great student union that supports all the clubs and societies that we have at the university. And then one of the other services, or a few of the services that we offer, which isn't actually shown here, but I think it's really important, and especially sort of this time of year in light of COVID, is that we have a dedicated student centre with student advisors that support all students with their needs, whether that's to do with financial issues, whether that's to do with welfare or even well-being. And we do have trained counsellors that are on campus. So on to the courses. So you can see here the list of the wide range of subjects that we actually offer. And if you visit the booth, there'll be a link to each of those subject areas. The key thing to highlight is that over 95% of our courses, undergraduate courses, offer a work placement option. And that's sometimes known as a sandwich course. So usually in the UK, degree programmes are 3-year degree programmes. However, with a work placement opportunity, it becomes 4 years. So students would study year 1 and year 2. Third year, they would be in industry for a year, gaining that work experience, and then they would come back for that final year. So, but that third year, I think it's a really good opportunity because not only it's great for your CV, you're gaining that relevant work experience in where you'd wish your career to go into, and it helps develop you there. You're gaining links with industries, and you could be earning a salary that year. Students usually earn a salary of between £12,000 and £18,000 during their work placement year. But you don't pay full fees in that year either. You pay a maximum of around about £1,500. And that's because there's still projects or assignments to be done and visits to be made. So it's something to consider there. Not only undergraduate, we do have some postgraduate opportunities as well. So for placements, we offer it in our business management programs as well as our economics and finance programs. And those placements are usually taken at the end of the module. So for business and management, it would be actually at the end of the dissertation. However, with economics and finance, it would be at the end of your modules, but before your dissertation. And you could apply for a work placement to up to 1 year. Now, all our courses start in September. Pre-COVID, we offered a small range of courses, postgraduate courses starting in the January time. So in business and management, in law and engineering offered it by distance learning. Now, we are reviewing and hopefully we'll come back to some kind of normality in September. So we're reviewing everything that we do at the moment. We at the university did offer that blended learning. So the online delivery alongside on-campus studies. Now, we will then again review our January 2022 portfolio of courses and entry requirements as well. So definitely keep in touch with our agents and check out our website for more information nearer the time. In the UK, we do study in a wide range of ways. So not only do you have the theoretical studies, you also have the practical element as well. So you start off with your lectures, where you get an overview of your key concepts and ideas in a subject. And then you have your lab work. So I touched on earlier about our engineering students. A couple of other examples here in these pictures. So, for instance, at Brunel, we do have a moot court or a mock courtroom. So we sometimes have the guest judges that come in. Students would then be acting on behalf of a claimant or a defendant in a mock trial. So you can see that what they're learning in their classroom and lectures, they're then putting into practical experience as well. Then you obviously have the biomedical sciences labs, so they can do the latest technology in the experiments in their subject area, whether it's genetics or immunology or human health. So there's a couple of examples there. And then you do have some smaller group project works that you would be involved in with your classmates. So that would be helping you with your professional skills, like presentation skills, the academic writing, the report writing, evaluation, and also communication. And all students do have assigned to them a personal tutor, and they will be helping students with their own personal objectives and goals to achieve where they want to go and focus them in that area. Now, at Brunel, we will cover in a little bit about our entry requirements, but those students that may fall just below the entry requirements, we may recommend a foundation or a pathway programme. So I just wanted to highlight here about our Brunel University Pathway College, who, if you do go and study with them, is a great opportunity because you are based at Brunel. You are taught by Brunel lecturers. You have access to all the Brunel facilities. The only difference is the Pathway College provides that support to you in your sort of foundation first year or pre-masters level. And as you can see, great progression rates for students that do study with them. So I thought I'd break up the presentation slightly. So I am going to hopefully share a video. So you can see this just covers and summarises, and which we'll talk about in a moment, about our Professional Development Centre at Brunel. So you can see, just to sort of summarise, is that the great opportunity you have with our Professional Development Centre at Brunel. They have the job shop that is based on campus that advertises all the jobs on campus as well as in the local area. So if you're looking for part-time work whilst you're studying, you would be able to apply for those. We usually recommend students working no more than 15 hours a week during the term time, just so you can get your work-life studies balance right. You have dedicated careers advisors to support you with your needs. I mean, the key thing is, and one of our ethoses is we want to get you ready to work. We want you to be successful in that chosen career path. And we have links with over 1,500 companies, and just there's a few named ones in this slide. For the placement opportunities. So if you're interested in doing the placement, what you would need to do is you'd need to sign up to the Professional Development Centre. You'd then be signed an advisor in that area of interest. They will send you all the job adverts in that area. They would work with you with your CV writing and your interview techniques and give you the support that you need. But unfortunately, we can't guarantee placements because at the end of the day, you have to be successful at the interviews. But with all the support and guidance you get, you will be. And then I guess finally about the employers fairs. We always run employers fairs, networking events, so that you can gain links with industries, gain relevant experience, whether it's in interview techniques, things like that. Now, all that being said, usually this happens on campus, but that still hasn't stopped. We're just doing it virtually at the moment. So you have still continued networking and different fairs that are going on there. Now, we've talked about studying hard. We've talked about working. And remember, you've got to have a bit of fun as well at university. You know, that's all part of university life, is that we have over 150 different clubs and societies. So whatever your interests are, whether it's for sports or whether you want to compete or whether you want to do it for fun, or whether you're more into the art side of things, whether, as I mentioned about our art centre with the painting and the pottery and the drawing, or even performance, you know, there are clubs and societies there. And then we do have the opportunity to also do volunteering. So if you wanted to be part of that as well. Key thing here is that you are making friends from all over the world. So it's a really great networking opportunity. So we've come to the end of the presentation. So just some guideline and general information for you, which highlights our entry requirements. So we do accept the high school from Spain. It depends, the grade does depend on the course you've chosen and whether we'd also need to look for a specific subject. So for instance, in engineering, we may need to look for a grade 8 in mathematics and a grade 8 in a science subject. For English language, we do accept GCSE and the IB. We also accept the IELTS, and we also accept the high school Spanish qualification as well. And I need to check what the grade is, so that will be on our website there. Or you can come to our stand and we can give you the information there. And our fees, which is a great announcement for Brunel this year, is for any European student considering to continue their studies in the UK. We have made sure that our fees are aligned to the UK tuition fees for September 2021 to support you through the transition period that we're having. We always set our fees 1 year in advance. So around about November time is when we would set our fees for 2022. And scholarships are starting to be finalised now. So you can, again, check out our website, check out the booth, or have a link to our scholarships page there. On the right-hand side, gives you a guidance about living costs. Obviously, this is a guidance only because each student is different and has their different own needs. But, you know, as I say, for our accommodation, our prices are around about £115 per week for a standard room. It goes up to about £160 per week for an ensuite room. So you can see those prices there compared with central London is very reasonable. But you have that easy access into central London if you wanted to. Sorry, my computer's just gone a little bit slow now, so bear with me one moment. Okay, so this is just another video because I know how important it is. We at the university wanted to make our university ensure it's COVID secure so that it is safe for all our students, our staff and the community. So it appears that the video might not be actually working at the moment. So definitely, again, we have that information on our website. So you can have a look at that in a little bit. Okay, so let's summarise. Why Brunel University London? So no wonder it's called Greater London. So with our London campus community, everything is on the one site that you could need. So our sports facilities, our arts centre, our accommodation, the clubs and societies, and that's all within easy reach of central London. Applying learning to the real world. You know, at Brunel, you are applying your mind to real world problems in real life situations. And, you know, some examples of that, we do work with companies and they may send in a live project that students have the opportunity to work on. You know, our teaching is informed by international renowned research and it's delivered by experts and supported by some of the best equipment around. And the courses are designed to be as close as possible to the world of work. Which follows on nicely about supporting you to get you ready to work. So we've mentioned about the placement opportunities that you can gain whilst that you're at Brunel. And also that you have access to first-class coaching, mentoring and networking. And as I mentioned, we have links with over 1,500 companies across all sectors. And not forgetting that the Brunel as a professional development centre was voted 5th best career service in the country, and that was voted for by students. And then the whole world on one campus. We have represented on campus at over 150 different countries, nationalities, and that really does create a lively, vibrant atmosphere because of all the different cultures coming together. And Brunel was ranked 34th in International Outlook last year, and I believe they've actually now risen to 28th. So connect with us, whether it's our open day, which we have coming up on this Saturday is our next open day, whether you want to chat to our students, you can do so on our website. Our next postgraduate open evening will be back in May. You know, join in on all the social media activities. We're always constantly posting stuff on Instagram, so you can connect with our students there as well. But myself and my colleague Martin will be at the booth today. So if you do have any other questions, we are more than happy to answer them, to give you guidance and advice. And actually, Martin, he's a member of staff at Brunel, but he's also a Brunel alumni. So my contact details there if you need to contact me after today. So I will stop sharing my screen now. And we'll move on to see if there's any questions. Oh, that's really nice to hear. So I've got a student that is interested in a master's, but very specific in psychological trauma or psychology in humanitarian context. So it's a shame. I mean, you could have a look at our postgraduate courses in psychology. It may be that you may want to then consider doing a research program, a doctorate program afterwards. But yes, you can always, at our open evening, engage with one of our lecturers as well. So if you're looking at that area, progressing, want some advice, contact them. That's not a problem. But that's great to hear. And I love that you know about the campus. I mean, I love the campus as well. It's just, as I say, such a nice community feel. Everything's there, and you know, it's a bit strange at the moment. We do have students on campus, so we make sure that they are safe and they're looked after whilst they're on campus. But hopefully, as I say, we get back to some kind of normality in the September time, so we can have a more of a vibrant campus there. So I'm happy to sort of stay on for the next few minutes, and if any questions you may have, you know, just post them. That's not a problem. As I say, otherwise we can answer them afterwards at the stand. Great question about the English level to access the degree programs. So if you just bear with me, I can give you the exact requirements that we're actually asking for that. So I'm checking it as we speak. It's one of those things, isn't it, when your computer suddenly goes on the go slow when you're trying to get the information. Right. Great. So we are looking for from English. So we're looking for from the bachelor. We are looking for, if your course is asking for an IELTS of 6, and that might be like an engineering program, then we look for a grade 7 in English language. If you're looking at more of a social science subject that looks for an IELTS of 6.5, then we look for a grade 8. And then if it's some other subjects, whether it's a health subject, it may be a grade 9 or an IELTS that would actually require there. Now, some of our courses also need to have, in the UK, we have like GCSE requirements. So we may want to look at your mathematics. So what we'd be looking for, if it's a certain course, maybe like undergraduate degree in psychology, where there will be content within the psychology degree of sort of statistic analysis type of things. So we would be looking for then, from your bachelor, we'd be looking for a grade 5 or above in the mathematics for that. So remember, if you are making that application, just to emphasize those grades that you have on there. I hope that's of help. About the English language level. But as I say, we also accept IELTS, we accept TOEFL. This year we're still accepting Duolingo for September 2021. And we do, which I forgot to mention, we do have a Brunel Language Centre at our university, and they do run the Brunel English language tests. They are currently run online, and they are free to any offer holders at Brunel for a course. So there's a few more options available to there. So it doesn't necessarily just have to be IELTS or a TOEFL. So yes, I'm happy to answer sort of any other questions that you may have. I mean, if you are definitely thinking about, you're making your application for September 2021, don't forget the Brunel's fees are made in line with the UK fees for any European students, obviously meeting the criteria of that you're a UK citizen and you've had that 3 years residency. But also with round financing, we do have at the event today a finance company called Fins. Definitely engage with them. I think they might have their own presentation later on. That might support you if you're still looking to study in the UK financially as loans and things like that. I believe we might just still have about 10 minutes left, but if there's, if we just wait a couple more minutes, if you want to ask any questions, then we'll sort of finish up a little bit earlier, and then you can obviously visit the stand. Great question about scholarships. Thank you. Okay, so yes, there are various scholarships that we do have available. We have sports scholarships, there are music scholarships. If you are an international baccalaureate student, there's scholarships there which are based on academic merit. This year there's no specific European scholarship, but if you go to our scholarship page or go to our stand, and I've done a section there about sort of fees and funding that you can look at the scholarships. You can then filter it by your status, whether you're a European student. It will list the scholarships available. There are scholarships again if you are a high achiever in your bachelor's degree and you're applying for a master's degree, there's an automatic 15% discount off the tuition fees. So yeah, the recommendation probably would be to actually to visit the website there. So I'll just say our website is www.brunel.ac.uk if you need to visit. As I say, we're at the stand as well, so happy to give you advice, give you the links, just to do the research. One thing about scholarships, it is usually the best kept secret of universities. So definitely, if you're interested in a university, go to their website, Google scholarships, and then just check everything that they offer. Make sure you do check the deadline date. Because they may some have early deadline date for you to apply, and then check through the eligibility and just apply for as much as you can. There's no harm in that. The more you apply for, and you'll be eligible for, the better it is for you, isn't it? Really. You can also obviously contact sort of the British Council as well. They may have additional scholarships. As I say, if it's around about loans and things, you've got the finance company that is going to be presenting a bit later on today, and there is a booth there as well. So tune into that, because that might be useful just to consider. It's very much like what the UK previously had as the tuition fee loan. So definitely join in on that, find out a bit more information, and that might help support you throughout your studies. So we've just got a few more minutes left. Yeah, thank you for all your questions. I do really appreciate that, and for you to spend time listening to this presentation. Obviously, quite a lot of people are, as we say, sort of webinared out. You know, that is constantly virtually online. So I do appreciate the time that you're taking, and hopefully the guidance and advice I've given will support you in your next steps of studying and where you wish your career to move into. Okay, so just a couple more minutes left. I don't know if Alexandra, whether there was any other questions coming in at all?
This was all.
That's okay. That's not a problem. Okay. So
thank you so much, Karen.
That's all right. Not a problem at all. Everyone have a lovely day. Mm-hmm.
good afternoon, everybody. My name is Samuel Sprenius Waters, and I'm here representing Hotel School The Hague, one of the world's top hospitality business schools. Today's presentation will last around 30 to 40 minutes, and you'll have the opportunity to ask any questions throughout the presentation, or I'll share my email at the end of this session so that you can email me should you have any lasting questions. So without further ado, let's go on and talk about Hotel School. Just before we start about the history of Hotel School, I'll tell you a little bit about my history. I'm a graduate of Hotel School The Hague, graduated back in 2018, so 2 years ago. And I've been working for Hotel School ever since as a international recruiter, looking after mostly non-European Union markets, but as well as Spain and Portugal, where most of you will be joining us from today. So without further ado, let's talk a little bit about Hotel School. So let's start really back to the basics and listen about some of the key facts of Hotel School The Hague. One of them is that we're the second oldest hospitality business school in the world. Okay, we're really providing this education for the last 92 years, and only Lausanne in Switzerland is older than us, providing a hospitality business degree. And it's this history and heritage which has really propelled us into being one of these highly ranked universities within the world of hospitality business of today. We're an independent school, and we were really started by the industry for the industry, meaning that that picture with the old gentleman sitting there in black and white was actually our first intake. Back then, we were only having males join the school. Luckily, a lot has changed since 1929. But those men stood behind the ones sitting down were industry leaders, owners, hotel owners, hospitality owners, people with senior in the business. And they realized that there was a real gap in the market and there was no real training or real education provider for their sons in order to learn the world of business and hospitality. So that's why they created Hotel School The Hague back in 1929, really to provide their sons with the education and the future that they needed in order to succeed. Now we're really happy, of course, that we're 50% female, 50% male, and we're a hugely international recognized school with over 75 different nationalities represented within our campuses. We also have 2 campuses. We may be called Hotel School The Hague, but we're actually located as well as in Amsterdam, so the 2 main cities of the Netherlands, hustling, bustling cities with a lot going on, with great student life and student populations, which again is quite different to lots of the other hotel schools around the world, which are often not based in a city environment and rather in a more rural environment. So if you're really looking for that student city experience, then Hotel School The Hague is probably the better school for you. We're currently updating our curriculum right now to meet the 21st century demands, so that the courses that you'll be learning about are really designed and fit for the future and future-proof, as well as the improvement of The Hague campus right now is going through a major renovation. So just to show you that we're continuously, despite our long history and heritage, we're continuously updating, innovating, and being dynamic in the way that we teach our degree. So what makes us unique compared to some of the other schools out there that maybe you're looking at? Well, we're a small scale education. We want to keep things small and we want to have small scale learning opportunities for all of our students. That means that the teachers will know you by name. You're not going to be a student number. You're not going to be one of a million, but you're really going to be known within the school program as per campus, per stream, per intake. We have August and February intake. There's around 150 students being admitted. That means that you're really part of a community, a strong community, where your name will be known and you won't just be, as I said, a student number in a group of, 40,000 business graduates from a large scale university. This really helps us in the future as well with this strong community, because since we all know each other and we're well connected, we really help each other out. And you're really going to be attending classes where you will always know everyone around you and the teacher will know you as well. And that means that you really get this more one-to-one learning environment. We're the best hospitality business school in the Netherlands for the last 7 consecutive years, and we're top ranked 5 worldwide by QS World Rankings. We're the only Dutch hospitality business school in actually the top 10 of the world. So, there's no other Dutch hospitality provider which is within the top 10 of QS World Rankings, and we're really proud to be actually in the top 5 of those QS World Rankings. Lastly, which is quite unique for the Netherlands, is our Scotel experience. This is where you will live on campus for the first year. It's often the case in the Netherlands that you do not live on campus at university, but we provide the compulsory aspect that you must live on campus for the first year of your education, because we believe it's not only a fun and an exciting experience where you get to live with different nationalities and cultures, but it's also a learning experience where you really get to learn how to deal with other people, for example, how to live within a multicultural environment. And that's why we make it a compulsory aspect of our education for everyone to be living on campus for the first year. So what about the Hospitality Business School that we have? Well, it's a very important aspect to note that we are a business school at heart. So everything that you learn, yes, will be in the context of hospitality. However, it's a business school at the heart of what we do. And that means everything that you learn can actually be applied into many different industries. It's not exclusive for hospitality, but it's actually business acumen and business principles that can be transferred, cross-transferred into many different industries. If we think about the banking sector, for example, they're requiring their colleagues, their employees to still have the customer at the forefront of what they do. It's in every business now that customers or guests, clients, whatever you want to call them, should be at the heart of the operation and should be at the heart of the way that we react to those customers, clients, or guests. In today's ever-connected world where people can leave reviews, not just for hotels, but for every product and service which is given, hospitality and a way of hospitable thinking has become a key core component for many businesses across many industries. And they're no longer looking for the students that maybe have memorized formulas in an accounting course, but rather understand the business accounting behind the scenes, but also are able to speak to people, present to people, talk to people in a positive mindset, show understanding, show empathy, show leadership. And that's what we really teach within a hospitality business school setting, because the guest, the client, the customer is always at the heart of every operation that we undertake within the hospitality sector. And we try to replicate that for all industries. So it's a really good degree for you to get to go into any different business or industry. We have actually as well 20% of our education being practical. We believe that not everything should be learned out of a book and that you should actually get your hands dirty and do the real work in order to learn more coherently. We believe that if you're just learning from the classroom but never applying what you learn into a real life setting or a real life business case, then the learning opportunity is missed and you're not really seeing the true pros and cons of doing the activity. So that's why we have 20% of our courses being practical, meaning that you will take part in 2 international internships, one in the second year, one in the fourth year. You will take part in practical education on our campuses as well. Just to reassure you that everything you do is going to be useful for the real world as well. And that's why we emphasize not just in soft skills development, developing your leadership skills, developing your academic skills, but also your hard skills development, showing your resilience, for example, showing that you're a strong-minded person when it comes to doing some hard tasks that the hospitality industry can provide. So that's what we're trying to do there by providing both practical as well as the main academic education. The bachelor program looks like this. It's a 4-year program. And as I said, you can either start in August or February. The first year, as I said earlier, you will need to live in Scotel, our on-site campus, both in either The Hague or Amsterdam. And this is also where you will start off with your practical education. Not the entire year is practical education for the first year. Again, around 20% of it is. But it's just to give you an idea that already from the first year, we will be combining your theory with practical education. In the second year, you will go on an internship, a practical internship, to a country of your choosing. I went to Thailand for my first internship and worked in a luxury hotel resort in Krabi in the south of Thailand for Sofitel. And this is really where I learned the ins and outs of hospitality. For this internship, it has to be a practical one, has to be one within the hotel industry, but I'll talk a little bit more about that later. After your first internship, you will have 2 consecutive years of academic on-campus education before going to your final internship, LICAR, launching your career at the end of year 4. This is where you really get to set off your career and does not have to be within a hospitality-related subject. Actually, around 40% of our graduates are leaving the hospitality hotel industry and going to more business-orientated industries upon graduating. I'll talk more about the Leica opportunities, launching your career opportunities a little bit later as well. So let's touch upon that small scale aspect of the degree. Class sizes will be small, 6 to 24 students in total. Your lecturer really, as I said, will function as a coach. You should know them by name and they'll know you by name. And they're really there to coach you, support you, assist you with your endeavors. Per campus, we have around 1,000 students per campus in total across all years. Around 550 of those students are on internship at any one time. So that's why we're reduced to 1,000 per campus. What about our bachelor program? So this is the way that the kind of bachelor program is envisaged. You have 3 phases. The first phase is what we call doing the existing well and managing yourself. So this is including your 10 weeks of practical education, focuses on motivation, teamwork, authority, academic courses like marketing, creating business value, languages. I'll touch more upon those a bit later. So what about the Scotel experience? Well, the Scotel is really where you will live for your first year of being on campus. It's a really fun experience where you'll live in an international environment in a very modern room with kitchen facilities provided, as well as a nice living and studying environment. If you want to find out more about our Scotel accommodations, we will also have more in-depth open days happening if you visit our website, and you can find the accommodation session there where we'll talk about the different Scotel opportunities that we have for you. In the first phase, in year 1, you will also be doing languages, and this will be throughout actually your education all the way up until phase 3. You will be doing a language on the side of your degree, and that's because we believe it's really important for the future of business, for the future of leaders, for you to have some understanding of another second modern foreign language. It won't be the stuff that you did at high school. It will really be business language courses, so learning how to give a presentation in Spanish, for example, or learning how to check in a guest in French, for example. So it's more applied to the business world than what you've probably done at high school. We also have a practical placement, as I said, in the second year, which is what everyone always loves. And actually, I have a small video for the practical placement for you to watch. If I can figure it out. I don't think I can, sadly. No, the video doesn't work, but it's on our YouTube. If you'd like to watch the video on our students where they went, some of them for their practical placement, there's just an example there of one student going to Hong Kong, one student going to Bali. As I said, I went to Thailand. Lots of students go to Spain, to South Africa, to the USA, Scandinavia, all across Europe. And it's really designed for you to be in the shoes of the employees that hopefully you'll be managing in the future. So the practical placement is really designed to give you the ins and outs of hospitality and to prepare you for the hard work that actually takes place in hospitality. You may be wondering, well, actually, I don't really want to work in a hotel. That's also fine. The reason why we do this is, again, to teach you things like resilience, to teach you things about hard work and how to deal with international guests, how to deal with challenging guests, guest complaints, all the very good things which will prepare you for the business world in the future. So not only do we have our first practical placement, but we also have our Leica, the Launching Your Career practical placement. And this one does not have to be in a hotel. These are just some of the companies that our recent graduates are working for. And you can see there consultancy firms, airlines, hotels, Heineken, for example, banks, online travel agencies like Booking.com, to name just a few. This is really an internship that's up to you to decide and to create, and can go into many different fields of work. I stayed in the hospitality industry for my second internship. I worked in the USA. I went to Washington, D.C. and lived there for a year, actually. I extended my internship, and I worked in a luxury 5-star hotel in front of the White House. So I stayed in the hotel industry. 60% of my colleagues did the same. But as I said, 40% of my fellow students do not go into the hotel industry for their second internship and do a wide range of different jobs, such as marketing, sales, and much more. Actually, where our alumni are working, lots of them are going into entrepreneurship. Around 1 in 3 are becoming entrepreneurs after graduating. Lots go into sales, business development, operations, and human resources. This is just a few of our alumni, our recent alumni, to give you an idea of where they are working right now and to give you some inspiration as to what can happen after you graduate Hotel School The Hague. This is just to give you a nice idea of some of the alumni that we have. And you can see a very wide range of different jobs and roles there, from kitchen, a Michelin star kitchen of Restaurant Rijks, to co-founders of an 82 cafe, for people high up in Hyatt Corporation, students starting their own company like Dan Klein and Marijn Kok. They were actually in my intake, my stream, good friends of mine. Anna Sokup, she's a senior project manager at Kapinski Hotels, and Terry Collard is a global commercial manager at OTA Insight, a very large data company. So just to show you the wide range of the positions that our students can go into. It's not all studying, it's also lots of student activities available for you to do, such as the Student Council in Amsterdam and The Hague. We've got lots of extracurricular activities as well, and student associations such as fraternities and sororities. The application requirements, this is mostly for Dutch students on the left here, but on the right you have the international education. IB, we only require 24 IB points. BTEC level 3 national diploma is also accepted, or any of your main high school diplomas like the Fachabitur in Germany or the Baccalaureate in France. Why do we have such low entry requirements, you may be wondering? Well, the reason is because we're really looking at you as a student, as a person, rather than just the piece of paper with some grades on. So that's why we actually have a selection procedure as to where we can show you, where you can show us why you would be a good student to join Hotel School The Hague. Registrations are open already for the selection procedure for August 2021. The selection procedure will be online at the moment, and it's where you do an interview, including a small pitch, which is like a sales pitch about yourself. You will have a case study and a role play where you have to prove or answer some questions regarding a particular case study, and you have a small English, maths, and knowledge test. So this is just to show you that not only are we looking at your grades to see if you're passing your high school diploma, but in the Netherlands, it's very common for most universities to actually have this kind of selection procedure where we look beyond your grade list and look at you as a person instead. So this is where really you can prove yourself and show that you are a valid or would be a valid contributor to the hotel school community. It doesn't mean that you can put your feet up and you don't need to do any more studying or work. No, the higher you get at high school, the better for your application. But we are still allowing anyone to come as long as they've passed their high school in order to prove that they may deserve a spot at Hotel School The Hague. In order to apply for Hotel School, you just need to register on StudyLink, which is online, and then onto Osiris, which is our own application. But if you have any questions regarding that, it's best to contact me directly via email at the end, or by visiting our website, hotelschool.nl, where you can find the full overview of the application procedure. I'm going to round up today's presentation shortly, just some key facts and figures for you to review. We have been operating since 1929, so we are the world's second oldest hospitality business school. We're an incredibly internationally known organization with more than 80 nationalities represented on campus, as well as internationally known within the alumni networks. We provide an excellent career preparation with a worldwide network, and obviously we're a top-ranked university worldwide, including 2 international placements for you to go on, campuses in the 2 main cities of the Netherlands. You're not going to be up on a mountain somewhere. You're really going to be within a city, a heart of the city, experiencing a fun student experience as well as your study life. We have an amazing price-quality ratio. The price of our education is far lower than that of most hospitality business schools. And actually, we have the Dutch government to thank for that. If you do want to have a cost overview, please do have a look online again. You can find a full cost overview, whether you're EU passport or non-EU passport holder. And finally, we are an internationally recognized university. We are accredited by the Dutch Accreditation Board, not from a foreign accreditation board, from our own accreditation board, and we are 100% English university. Some last facts and figures to leave you with. 96% of our graduates are working within 6 months of graduating. It's a really impressive figure, with 66% of them currently in a management position. 1/3 of our alumni are actually starting their own business, and around 1 in 3 of every student is accepted that applies to Hotel School. So what can you do next? Well, the best thing to do is visit our open day, where we'll give a full presentation about Hotel School The Hague and offer you a full Q&A session. You can register for these sessions online. Sorry, there's some old dates there. I need to refresh those dates. But if you visit our website down here, www.hotelschool.nl, you can find out the full list of our next open days. I believe the next one is on the 24th of February, so do join us for that, and we can give you a virtual tour of the campus as well. Well, I will end it there. Thank you so much for listening. For those of you that are here, I can't see any chat box or anything, so I don't know if anyone has asked any questions, but please feel free to reach out to me, and I do hope you found this session useful. Good luck to all of you, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you.
Oh. Hi guys, welcome to Radboud University. My name is Carly Papers and I'm a Junior International Officer at Radboud University. And today I will give you an impression of what it's like being a student at Radboud University. So Radboud University is located in the Netherlands, that very small country famous for its Heineken beer, its bicycles and its tulips. But did you also know that higher education in the Netherlands is in the top 1% worldwide? That's pretty cool, huh? Here you see where our country is on the map. It's a great hub if you want to see more of Europe. So why should you study in the Netherlands? Well, we have excellent education and research possibilities. All Dutch research universities belong to the top 200 of the world. And the Netherlands raised many famous pioneers like Unilever, Heineken, and Philips. Since we are a small country, we always loved travel. This makes us a tolerant, open-minded, and welcome to other cultures. And you get good value for your money. Did you know that there are more bikes in the Netherlands than people? And the Dutch belong to the most happy and healthy people in the world. We also have great English proficiency, so it is not necessary for you to talk Dutch in Holland. Now on to the city of Nijmegen. The city of Nijmegen is a safe, medium-sized student city in the east of Holland. And Nijmegen, from my own personal experience, is an awesome city to live in. There's always tons and tons to do around here. So why should you live in Nijmegen? Well, it's a lively student town. There's lots of green spaces. We have a rich cultural life. There are good cafes and places to eat. There's an excellent hub for exploring, and it's easy to get around by bicycle. Here you see our bus and our train station. It's located just outside of the city center, and it's about a 5-minute walk to the city center and a 5-minute to 10-minute bike ride to the university. We have a citywide bus network and train connections within the Netherlands and abroad. And if you want to travel around Europe, you can easily buy a ticket to a Flixbus and travel around Europe. Now a little bit more about Radboud University itself. We have modern and very sustainable faculty buildings, lecture rooms, libraries, self-study areas, and of course, enough places for you to eat or have a drink. We have a very green campus, as you can see on this picture. It is built on an old country estate, and there's lots of trees and lots of space for you to just hang around or study. Our international campus reinforces the community spirit and provides facilities for students and top researchers from all over the world. We have a big international community, and there are lots of international students organizations for you to join. We have over 100 nationalities on our campus. We value a personal approach. Quality, connection, and personal contact are central to our education vision. You will notice that it is relatively easy and definitely common to reach out to professors with your questions or suggestions. This will be very much appreciated by them as well. Radboud University is a research university where teaching and research are strongly integrated. For instance, all of our teachers are researchers. Some examples of our research facilities include the Donders Institute for Brain Cognition and Behavior. This is the world's most renowned brain institute and focuses research on behavior and information processing in the brain. The High Field Magnet Laboratory is known for the world's strongest magnet and material research in high magnetic fields. Research led to the discovery of graphene and won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2010. And third is the Max Planck Institute for Psycholinguistics. It is an independent institute located on the Radboud University campus. Its research focuses on the language and on language processing. Did you know that the university is best traditional university ever since 2012? So we've been voted and won for the last 9 years already. We are also ranked highly by various well-known organizations, as you can see here. We are a multicultural and diverse university with a mix of Dutch and foreign staff members and students, as well as a mix of bachelor and master students. And these numbers will give you an impression. We also welcome a lot of exchange students every year. Radboud University has 7 faculties, and it has over 100 nationalities on campus. 76% of students obtain a bachelor diploma within 4 years. And 1 in 5 students start their study program at our university are internationals. 94% of them will find a paid job within 1.5 years after their master diploma. I can imagine that you are wondering what it is that we are offering. Well, we have a lot of bachelor programs. You can see them here. We have 13 that are English taught. And all these programs are full-time, start in September and last 3 years. There are generally no fixed numbers of students to these programs, apart from artificial intelligence, biology, and psychology. These programs, therefore, have a selection program and an early deadline of the 15th of January. If you would like further information on any of these programs, the admission requirements, deadlines, or the selection programs, you can visit our website, ru.nl/bachelors. Right, some more important information, the admission requirements. As I can understand that you would first like to know whether you are admissible before getting all excited about our bachelor programs. The most important thing to mention is that you need to have the right high school diploma, and it should be equivalent to the Dutch VWO. For some countries, 1 year at a university in your own country is also what might be needed. Some programs have extra requirements. For instance, they might ask you to have mathematics as part of your exam program. On our website, there's a check you can do to see if you are admissible for the program you're interested in. Another thing that might be handy to mention is that if you have a diploma from a non-English speaking school, we ask you to provide us with proof of your level of English. You can do this by example, having a certificate from IELTS or TOEFL or Cambridge. And on our website, you can see what the certificate needs to contain. A little bit about our teaching. Not only will you follow lectures, you will also do quite a lot of work in smaller groups. In these groups, you will meet other international students and exchange ideas about different topics. Apart from the lectures and tutorials, you'll also be expected to do quite a bit of self-studying. You can do this either at home, on campus, in one of the self-study areas. We also have study advisors available if you run into problems. If you're sure you want to study here and you're sure about the bachelor program, you can apply using StudyLink and upload documents to Osiris. Keep in mind that it's possible to apply from October onwards until the deadline applicable to your situation. Here you can see the deadlines. For the selective bachelor programs or the fixed number programs, as I talked about earlier, the deadline is the 15th of January. The 1st of April is the deadline for the non-EU students, and the 1st of May for the EU students and accommodation assistants. The 1st of June is the final deadline for the EU students. I can imagine you want to know a little bit more about the finances. For instance, the tuition fees. The tuition fees for the EU students is 2,168 euros a year. For the non-EU students, it's between 11,500 and 14,500 euros. The Dutch also pay the EU fee, so it's also 2,168 euros. I must mention though that Radboud does not offer any scholarships for bachelor students. So what are the yearly expenses? Well, you have accommodation costs of about 4,800 euros, the living expenses, for instance, food and clothes, of about 4,000 euros, study books and materials of about 1,000 euro, and insurance, which costs you about 500 euros. And if you want to know more about that, you can visit our website, roe.nl/bachelors/student budget. Changing the living environment, moving to another country or a town, changing the education level, you probably all know is very challenging. That is why we understand and we will help you throughout your whole study experience at Radboud University. And this starts even before you arrive at the university. Radboud University will help you with your visa application, and they will also help you find housing, which is quite unique. Our accommodation typically costs about 400 to 550 euros per calendar month, and they will typically be furnished, and you will have shared facilities. Being a student isn't easy. You have to make a lot of decisions, and sometimes those even fail. And that's why it's important to know that there are study advisors that can help you make your decisions a bit easier. But there's more to university life than studying, of course, the student life. On this picture, you see an image of Radboud Rocks, which is an annual festival held on our campus to celebrate the university's birthday. But there, of course, is lots more to do in Nijmegen and at the Radboud University, which will I explain later on. We often get asked if it's possible to work as a student. Well, as studying and getting used to living in a new country takes quite a lot of time and energy, the university does not recommend that students work in order to cover their living costs, especially in the first year. If you do, however, decide to work, it's good to know that as an EU student, you will not need a work permit and there will be no restrictions. But there are work restrictions when it comes to non-EU students, and you will need a work permit. Our Radboud Sports Center, it's one of the biggest in all of Europe, and it's a state-of-the-art sports center right on campus. It's very big and offers more than 80 sports for just over 100 euros a year. It's open 7 days a week to students, non-students, but also alumni. In the third week of August, typically our orientation week takes place. We highly recommend that you visit the orientation week. It gives you the impression of what it will be like, gives you the opportunity to make friends and get to know the campus and the city. If you want to know more about this, you can visit our website and search for the blog of the orientation. There are a lot of social activities during your study. There are guest lectures you can attend, there are cultural events, peer-to-peer programs, meet and eat at the student church, parties and excursions, and there's also an international office in IUF Nijmegen. You can visit their website, it's isnnijmegen.nl. As I mentioned before, the Dutch are pretty proficient in their English, so it's not necessary to learn Dutch when you are here. However, if you do decide to learn Dutch, it can help you with your integration and will increase your chances on the job market. Radboud University offers free courses in social Dutch. So if you're interested, you can visit their website. It's roe.nl/Radboud Interlanguages. There's a lot of information I shared with you right now. So because of that, I will give you the 5 main reasons to study at Radboud University. It's the best traditional university. It offers a wide range of study options. It has a worldwide recognized diploma, a personal approach to teaching, and it offers excellent services and facilities. And if, after all the information you've just seen and heard, you still have questions or want to find out more, please visit our website, www.ru.nl/education. You can also contact us via email or social media as presented here. For now, I want to thank you so much for your attention. We hope that you enjoyed this presentation and that it helped you in your journey of choosing the right study program. We hope to hear from you soon. Bye.
Hi there, hello everyone. My name's Andrew and I'm from the University of Essex. Today I'm going to be giving you guys a quick presentation about COVID-19 and how that's kind of affected studying specifically in the UK, how universities have adapted, and I'll also talk to you guys briefly through Brexit. So with regards to Brexit, I'll be talking about our fees, how it's changed for European students, and also I'll go into more information in regards to kind of the new visas that EU students will require as well. So before I get going, and just while a few more people join in this session, I'm briefly just going to play a quick video. And this video kind of highlights a little bit about what I'm going to be talking about really with regards to I guess the changing kind of situation with regards to kind of studying as well.
The world is going through unprecedented disruption. We have all been affected by the global pandemic, and we have had to adapt to keep safe in these difficult times. We are rethinking how we teach, learn, and collaborate so our students can continue with their Essex education, whatever the world throws at them. Because we are Essex. We are made of amazing people. People like you, and them, and them. We are determined, brave, and want to make the world a better place. We are made of laughter, hard work, and kindness. We are made of experiences and memories, creating our unique Essex family. And our spirit goes on. We carry on. So it really doesn't matter where in the world we all are right now. We are still Essex, and we will be together apart, and together here again someday soon, in this place we call home.
So I hope you guys enjoyed that video. It just kind of explains a little bit, obviously, about how the university is responding, and I'll go into more detail about that later on. So these are some of the different areas I'll be touching on. I was talking obviously about Brexit, specifically focusing on some terms you may have heard before, such as the EU settlement scheme, different fundings and scholarships which are available at Essex, and also the new student and graduate route, which has been implemented as well. I'll also talk to you about specifically about our COVID-19 measures, how our teaching is delivered, and also just generally about studying in the UK, so why students to choose to study in the UK. Throughout, there's opportunities for a Q&A as well, and what I'd encourage you guys to do is submit your questions throughout, so if you do have any questions, just please submit them, and then I can go through those at the end as well. Even if it's something silly, anything's all good, and I'm happy to obviously help and answer those questions. So firstly, I guess the big question which we always get asked about at the moment, especially obviously being in the UK, being in England, is Brexit. So officially the UK left the EU on the 31st of January 2020. And between this period and the 31st of December 2020, we were in a transition period. So this transition period was basically everything was kind of staying the same until the UK and EU made an agreement. Now, the UK and EU did make an agreement just in time, which came into play at 11 o'clock on the 31st of December 2020. And this new kind of trade agreement contains new rules for living, working and trading together. And there was a lot of kind of news stories going about that there won't be an agreement made, but thankfully there was one, which is good for both of us. It is worth noting as well that the UK made separate agreements with the European economic states, Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein and Switzerland. And this agreement is massive. It's over 10,000 pages. So it's not, and if you want some light reading, definitely recommend you have a little read. But it does cover lots of different areas, ranging from higher education to immigration to living in the UK, staying in the UK, that kind of side of things. It started on the 31st of January 2021, which was the end of the transition. And the moment this kind of new trade agreement came into place, immediately there were some new rules. So this included a visa requirement for the 1st of January 2021. And this is specifically for anyone who is wanting to stay in the UK over 6 months. It's still possible to come to the UK for under 6 months. So if you want to come for a holiday or visiting, or even short-term study under 6 months, that's possible. But anything over 6 months, you will need a visa, and obviously that would apply for education. So we will help you with that. There's been some funding changes as well from August 2021. So there's a few courses this January and May which will still benefit from the old legislation, but there will be some new changes for EU students from August 2021. So especially if you're looking at starting a course in September, October 2021, which is where most of our courses will begin, there will be new changes to how you pay your fees and how much your fees are. This webinar obviously specifically for students from Spain, but in case you're an Irish national living in Spain, it is worth to note that there was a separate agreement which was made between Ireland and the UK, and basically this covers a lot of this information I'm talking about. Doesn't apply to you. You'll still be able to receive the loan, and you'll still be able to receive home fee status because of that agreement. So a lot of this information isn't relevant. So I get quite a few questions on the EU settlement scheme. Some people may have heard of it before, you may have never heard of it before, but I thought it'd be just really useful to just quickly run through what it is. So it was open for EU, EEA and Swiss citizens, and they could apply for the EU settlement scheme if they were living in the UK after the 31st of June 2021. Now, you must have started living in the UK by the 31st of December 2020, and the deadline to apply is 31st of June 2021. So for the EU settlement scheme, it's mainly for EU students who are living in the UK. And if you apply for the EU settlement scheme, you'll be either granted settled or pre-settled status. Now, getting the settled or pre-settled status will give you all the rights to kind of live in the UK, work in the UK as you currently would do. And it's important to note, as part of the EU settlement scheme, student finance can provide you with support if you are successful in your settlement scheme application. So EU nationals granted pre-settled status will generally be eligible for home fee status and tuition fee loan, where the student has 3 years resident in the UK, Gibraltar, European Economic Area, Switzerland, or British EU overseas territories. If you're granted settled status, generally you'll be eligible for the home fee status, tuition fee loan and maintenance support if you're an ordinary resident in the UK as well. So for more information about the settlement scheme, please head over, just if you go onto the gov.uk website and search for EU settlement scheme, it will clarify it. But if you've not heard of this before, don't worry too much about that. Now, the big next good question we always get asked about is our funding and our scholarships and how much obviously they charge. Now, following the UK leaving the European Union, previously EU students were able to apply for a tuition fee loan. And the tuition fee loan was provided by the Students' Loan Company. And it had a really attractive kind of repayables, but unfortunately now that's not available for EU students. So there's no tuition fee loan, and our EU students will need to pay international fees. So this is just a quick example of what our fees are at Essex, just to get kind of a good idea of what you might pay. And these costs are for each year of study. So a typical bachelor's degree is for 3 years. So you do 3 years of study. So we have our UK home fees. So this is for students who obviously are from the UK or have a settled or pre-settled status. So you can see for our undergraduate, postgraduate taught on our research degrees. We also have now our EU and international fees, which our EU students will come under. So typically for an undergraduate degree, it's between £16,000 to £19,000 for each year of study. For postgraduate degrees, it's between £15,000 to £21,000 for each year of study. And if you wanted to do a research degree, there's the money there as well. Now, I'm aware this obviously does sound quite a bit compared to what it used to be, the £9,250. Now, it is worth checking because when EU students were under the UK home fees, all universities in the UK used to charge the same amount. Now, for international fees, each university charges a different amount. So it's definitely worth checking with each university, seeing how much their international fees are as well, and also what scholarships they may have on offer. So at Essex, this is just a few of our different scholarships, which which you may be entitled to. And I've got a few more on the next slide as well. The main scholarship at Essex we offer is our undergraduate EU scholarship. And what this is a £5,000 tuition fee discount off your fees. So, for example, if your tuition fee was around the £16,000, it brings it around down to £11,000, which is close to what the home fees were. And it is for each year of study. So overall, that's a £15,000 scholarship if you're doing the undergraduate studies. If you're a master's student and you want to do master's study, we offer a discount of up to £5,500. And obviously master's study in the UK is 1 year. We offer a research scholarship, which is up to £8,000. Any Cypriot students, we do offer a military service scholarship. Any Bulgarian and Romanian students, we offer a partnership bursaries, and this is money which is paid to you on top of the £5,000. We offer a double degree law scholarship, which is specifically for any students which want to study our English and French law scholarship. We offer an IB Excellence Scholarship. So this scholarship is specifically for students who are studying the International Baccalaureate Diploma. And if you achieve 34 points or more, you can be eligible for that £2,000 scholarship. It is important to note it's not possible to stack all these scholarships. So sometimes it's only possible to say get one of them. So for the undergraduate EU scholarship, you can't stack it with the IB one, but you can stack the Bulgarian and Romanian bursary with the EU scholarship. So it does depend on what scholarship you're applying for. Now, this just talks a few more. So we do, at Essex, we have a really big sports program. So if you play any sports at a high level, we can consider you for as part of our sports scholarships programs, which offer various discounts to free accommodation, to lots of financial support available, trainers, coach, that kind of side of things as well. And we also do offer various non-regional scholarships as well. But again, to find the scholarship which is most applicable for you, just have a little look on our website and it will clarify everything you need there as well, so you can find out what's most appropriate. Now, the new student route, this is the new visa system which has come into play. So as part of the UK leaving the European Union, as I was mentioning earlier, if you're staying over 6 months, you will need a visa, and it's a new points-based immigration system, which is open to European and economic area students as well as international students. So now all students apply under the same route. As part of this visa, you need to demonstrate that you meet the required 70 points by having the following bits of information. So a lot of this is stuff which, even if you applied last year without a visa, is stuff you still need to complete. So an offer from an approved education institution, so that could be Essex, getting your unconditional offer, meeting our entry criteria, checking our grades. We need proof of English proficiency. So this could be, for example, if you take the IELTS exam or Cambridge or TOEFL, we need that. And we also need proof that students financially can support themselves during their studies. Now, just to note about the financially support themselves, EU nationals will not be required to submit the evidence to show that they meet the financial requirements or provide their academic qualifications used to obtain an offer to study. However, the Home Office does have the right to see these documents at any time. And at Essex, we won't be asking for the financial support either. It's just something to be aware of. You just do need to have it available if someone requests it. As I was mentioning earlier, visiting students and anyone, if your friends or family are coming to the UK, you can still stay for up to 6 months under the standard visit route. And currently it's you can apply for 6 months in advance. And this was our 15-day turnaround in many countries. So if you're looking at starting in October, you can start applying in around February, March time for that visa. And again, at Essex, we've got lots of support for you to help you with that visa application as well. Now, I wanted to talk to you a bit about what happens once you have graduated. So once you've graduated on your degree, there is a new graduate route, which is known as a post-study work visa, which allows you to stay in the UK for 2 years after your degree. Now, this is quite good because it means there's no, obviously, if you wanted to stay in the UK to look for work, or if you wanted to obviously get a job or continue further study, you've obviously got the time to do that. And it will be open for those who complete an undergraduate or master's degree in the UK, and it will open in summer 2021. You do need to be in the UK by the 6th of April 2021. So if you're thinking of studying a master's program this year, It is important to note you need to be in the UK by this date. With this, students who commence a one-year master's program in January 21 will also be eligible, provided they enter the UK before the 27th of September 2021 as well. So there is some separate dates there. But this post-study work visa is very flexible. Again, if any EU students applied under the EU settlement scheme, as part of the EU settlement scheme, you don't need a visa and you have the rights to work in the UK as part of your EU settlement scheme status as well. But there's still, obviously, we still want our graduates to stay in the UK and work in the UK if they would like to. Now, I thought I'd talk to you guys briefly as well about, obviously, COVID-19, how Essex is responding and what the current situation is. So I guess the most important thing a lot of people are asking is, I guess, the current teaching arrangements and how it's kind of working. So at the moment, we have a dual mode approach. And what this means is that most of our teaching is all online until the middle of February 2021. And with a dual delivery first, we have a mixture of in-person classes, but also online classes. So whether that's a mixture of webinars, lectures and tutorials, collaborative work, group project work as well. Now, it's not an online degree, so a lot of our students, if they wanted to learn entirely online, we're not kind of saying it is an online degree. Our goal is to replicate face-to-face teaching where possible, but obviously it's not always possible to replicate face-to-face teaching where we can now. So at the moment, our current situation in the UK is that we're under another lockdown. So that's why most of our teaching is online until middle of February, but we highly suspect that's going to be pushed back further to potentially March when students can go onto campus. The only courses which are still are in person are those which need it essentially as part of the course, such as nursing or physiotherapy and those kind of courses as well. So it is important to note each department will work differently on that. Now, even though we're in a lockdown at the moment, a lot of our essential services are still running and open. So a lot of our cafes are open, our libraries open, our study spaces for students, they're still open as well. And the main priority of the university is obviously the safety and health and well-being of our university community. A lot of universities in the UK as well are supporting national effort to provide skills workers and equipping students as well to obviously research and help out with the COVID-19 vaccines, the vaccine implementations as well. Now, we run when our students all joined us in September, October, we run a kind of a virtual isolation week. But this was back in October when students were still able to kind of attend a lot of in-person events. So it was a mixture really between in-person and online events as well. So you can kind of see here, which is an example of our isolation playlist. And this is just some of the events our Students' Union run as well. We provided students with 2 weeks free self-quarantine accommodation. So if students wanted to arrive early, they could quarantine for 2 weeks as well. And that was free of charge. And we had we had a coach service picking up students. So it was all kind of played out for them. And we're always just advising students to kind of follow the latest government guidance, depending on what the current situation is and what students are doing as well. Now, there's lots of support available for our students. And obviously at a time where everything is online now, a lot of our support is all kind of available for students still. So we have mental and emotional health support. So we have our Nightline, and this is open from about 9 in the night to about 7 in the morning. And it's basically for students to talk to someone. So if they're lonely or if they've hurt themselves, if they need someone, they can talk to someone, which is fine. We offer different counselling sessions. So students get 2 free counselling sessions as part of that. We have our own chaplaincy and faith support, and we also have welfare officers whose role it is to look after our students as well. So lots of support. We know, like during COVID-19 as well, it's been financial. There's been some financial support. A lot of our students haven't been getting maybe the part-time works in the hospitality industry because it's closed at the moment. So we have a hardship fund for students to apply for, and that's been extended as well if they need additional support. We have 24-hour security as well. So any time of the day students need to contact someone, there's someone there available as well. And we also have academic support within our departments, which include personal tutors and peer mentors. So any time of the day students if they want to email their tutors or get access to that help, they can do so. Students' Union as well. So our Students' Union is run by our students for students, and it can provide independent advice for students as well. And we also have international students. They're available to access the NHS, and they're able to access all that treatment as part of your visa. And this will also include the vaccine when that becomes available. And generally what we just kind of tell our students is just speak to us. There's lots of support available. We're there to help you. So feel free to just reach out, and we're there to help our students. Now, I mentioned this briefly, but with internationals arrivals at the moment, when students arrived in October, the UK, we weren't in a lockdown then, but some countries had to obviously self-isolate. Spain was one of those countries, so a lot of our Spanish students, they had to quarantine for 2 weeks, and we provided that free 2-week accommodation so they can do that as well. Now, moving forward, at the moment, the UK government has introduced a mandatory negative COVID test result, which is being introduced for all international passengers. And there's also rumours now that if you're flying in from a UK government listed red country, that you'll also have to pay for hotel accommodation to quarantine in. So more information on that is on the gov.uk website. We did lots of support for self-isolating students. So we provided lots of information about how to get online deliveries. We provided food parcels. We gave students free masks. And we also split up our arrival dates. So our arrival dates were kind of, typically it used to be one arrivals day, but this year it's split over 2 weeks. So lots of different times, different arrival students were coming in. And as I showed you from that blended welcome week, the activities we delivered were still in person online, still aiming to give you guys that kind of social experience as well. Now, the current situation, I guess, where we're at now in the UK is currently we're in a national lockdown, and this has been in England since Tuesday, the 5th of January 2021. It's important to note, obviously I mentioned the UK, but obviously the UK is split up from Wales, Scotland, England and Northern Ireland. But obviously Essex, we're located in England, so each country has their own government rules and guidance. At the university, we're in an advanced protection stage. So this is one of our highest levels to ensure our community is safe. And what that has meant is a lot of our courses are now back to online learning only. We have enhanced cleaning and sterilising regimes across all of our campuses. There's social distancing as well, which is happening. So we, in the UK, we have a 2-metre guidance. So we have lots of signs and posters to kind of ensure students are social distancing. We provided 2 face masks for all our students, and there's one-way systems and signage just to help students move around and ensure there's not too many people in one spot. We offer free COVID testing at all of our campuses in Colchester, Southend and Lowson. And when the vaccine rolls out, that will be also available to all our international students as well. At Essex, we also have very flexible accommodation contracts. So what this means is obviously if your lectures are online and you've traveled back home to, say, Spain, and obviously you're not living in your accommodation, we have been able to refund a lot of our students for that accommodation contract, which not many universities have been able to do so. So we've been very flexible with that as well. I thought it'd be useful just to show you kind of a quick example of some of our reported cases. So on our website, we have a COVID-19 dashboard. So this is where, if you wanted to see how many cases are on our campuses, you can log into to do this as well, and you can see the number of cases as well. To protect everyone in the community, we're asking all our staff and students to also follow the NHS guidance and self-isolate if they do test positive. In the UK, it's a 10-day self-isolation period. And it starts from the day your symptoms begin or the date you test positive on an NHS test as well. Just to put this in perspective, this is how many tests have actually taken place. You'll see there's 2 kind of different tests. There's a rapid antigen swab test, and there's also the rapid COVID-19 antibody test as well. So the rapid antigen test can pick up the active virus much earlier than the rapid COVID-19 antibody test. And therefore a positive antigen test would enable us to move quickly to reduce the risk of spreading the virus unknowingly. So obviously the swab test is the one you do on your nose if any of you have done a COVID test. But as you can see, we're testing a really high number of our students in our community just to identify any potential outbreaks, that then obviously slowing down the outbreaks and obviously identifying any students there as well. So that was a brief, obviously, update about Brexit and COVID-19. And I thought it'd be a really good idea just to quickly run through the University of Essex and obviously answer any questions you may have. So those of you guys who've heard of Essex, we're University of Essex, and we are a campus-based university based in Colchester, but we do also have 3 other campuses in Southend and Loughton. This picture here is our Colchester campus. So our Colchester campus is based on 200 acres of beautiful park and parkland here. So it's a really nice kind of campus space as well. What you'll see with our campus is it's kind of like its own mini city. So everything you need is on the campus. So it has its own restaurants, shops, bars, cinema, nightclubs. It's all kind of there for the students, which is really nice. It's kind of good because it's the best of both worlds for students. So you've got the built up environment of the university. So you've got the bars, the clubs. But if you wanted to go a little bit, like if you wanted to escape into the countryside, it's possible to do that as well. We're very close to the city. So you can see the city in the background of this image. It's around a 10-minute bus journey, which students can hop on as well. And we're also very close to the beach here. So it's around a 15-minute bus to the beach as well. So on a nice day, students can do that as well. You can see here some of our accommodations. So we have our towers accommodation, we have our houses, we have South Courts. And what we do is we do guarantee on-campus accommodation for our students in their first year, as long as they apply by the relevant deadlines. That's pretty good there as well. In terms of our rankings, so this is kind of where we're ranked in the university, so in the UK. And for those of you guys who are looking at UK universities, what you'll see is there's loads of different ways to kind of interact with universities, and there's loads of different rankings. So in 2018, we're ranked University of the Year, which is something we're really proud about. And one of the reasons we got this award was due to our teaching. We're also ranked 4th in the UK for our international outlook. So this is what jobs our international students are going on to. We're a very research-focused university, so we're ranked top 25 in our research quality. And what this is the level of the research your academics, so your teachers, the people who are actually delivering the course, are actively researching and pushing the subject forward. What this means for you as students is that being at a research-focused university is you're the ones that get to learn the new areas. Your academics are the ones that are writing the books and pushing the subject forward. We're also ranked top 30 for our politics and top 50 for our sociology in the QS World Rankings. Our business school is top 2% worldwide as part of AMBER rankings. And we're also ranked 4th in the UK for facility spend on students. So we invest a lot into our university, which hopefully you can see on our campus kind of reflects that as well. In terms of where we're based, so for those of you guys who have been to the UK, we're based in the east of the UK here and very close to London. So from London to Colchester, it's around 50 minutes by train. So it's very easy to kind of get to us. Colchester is a very traditional town in the UK, and it's also one of the UK's oldest recorded towns. So it's got its own castle, it's very traditional, it's got its second largest zoo in the UK. So it's a really nice kind of study space. Our Southend campus is a city campus, and it's based on the city of Southend. And that's just only 40 miles from London. And our Loughton campus is for our acting school, and that is in London. So it's at the end of the Central Line, if any of you guys have been to London before. A bit about Essex. So we have some of the UK's best weather. So this area here of the UK, we experience the most amount of sunshine and least amount of rainfall, which is pretty nice as well. And generally, the reason we're called University of Essex is this is the county. The county is known as Essex. And we have a mixture of beaches, villages, countryside. So really nice kind of study environment. In terms of what you can study from us, so these are some of our courses. So typically you can do a 3-year bachelor's degree. So you can do 3 years of study. A lot of our courses come with a year abroad or a placement year option. So a year abroad is if you want to study your subject in a different country. And a placement year is where at the end of your second year, if you want to take a year out and get some work experience, then there's opportunities to do that as well. What you'll see with our courses, some of these courses you can do as combined routes. So if you wanted to do politics and business, for example, or if you wanted to do multimedia journalism, or if you wanted to do criminology and sociology or criminology and social psychology, there's opportunities to do a combined route at Essex, which is really exciting. And it gives you that flexibility in that. But for the full course list and to find out more information about our courses, just go onto our website, essex.ac.uk/courses, and you'll be able to see the course list and find out more information about them as well. In terms of what we look for our entry requirements, We typically look for an overall grade of 7.5 overall from the Tilo di Bachelor. And we also need a postgraduate qualification of a 6.5 as well. Our typical offer, if you're at an international school or doing the IB, is 30 points or 3 Bs at A level. And then on top of that, we just need an English language qualification. We accept 8 out of 10 in English, or we can accept the IELTS, Cambridge, CPE, or the TOEFL grades. So these are just the overall grades you need to do that. We only need one of these English language tests, so you don't have to take both. We just need you to take one of those options as well. Again, for the full entry requirements for our Spanish students, or if you're not a Spanish student, you can go onto our country webpage and it will kind of explain all this more information as well, which is really good. I always get asked a lot of questions about why students choose to study in the UK, and these are just some of the reasons for it. So it gives you that early degree specialism. So you study your 3-year degree and you get to purely focus on that subject. So you get to study a subject you enjoy, and obviously you can progress on to later on in life. There's really great student support. So hopefully, as I showed you with some of the support offers we have at Essex, there's opportunities to get involved in that. And we, in the UK, we benefit from really high completion rates. So loads of our students are graduating as well. So that's partly due to the student support that's available. The UK is a very well-known study destination. So we have a really big international experience. At Essex, we have over 130 nationalities represented on our campus. So there's a really good opportunity to kind of get involved with obviously different cultures, meet different people, speak different languages. At Essex, we offer languages for all. So if you wanted to learn a language alongside your course in your first year, it's possible to do that with us as well. We're very employability focused. So at the end of the day, we want you to be getting that job you want to go into. So we have great links within the industry, whether you want to work in the UK after or internationally worldwide. We have great quality assurance. So all of our courses are very rigorously tested to ensure they're putting students on that right track. You have great student experience. So whether you want to get involved in our students' union, join any of our sports clubs, societies, we have really great student experience. And there's just a worldwide reputation for quality in education. So whether your degree will be recognised, a UK degree is very sought after and is recognised almost around all of the world. At Essex, we also have a great European community. So this is just a few of the pictures from some of our European societies. They always get together, they organise different nights. So this was the European Vibe Night they organised. And we have our own Spanish society. So it's a good idea if you wanted to get involved in your societies, if you miss your culture, miss any national days, you can get involved in that as well. So that's great to get involved in. If you want to find out more about the University of Essex, we do have lots of useful information here. So we have our talks and tasters sessions. So this is if you want to, if any of those subjects sounded interesting and you wanted to experience them or find out more, you can do that as well. We have a virtual tour of our campus. So if you wanted to look around, see a campus tour video, there's options to get involved in that as well. And also there's opportunities to talk to our students. So if you wanted to see how our students are studying, if you wanted to speak to any Spanish students, for example, at Essex, there's an opportunities to talk to our students there as well. So I hope you guys found that information useful. What I'm going to do now is I'll leave it open for any questions. So if you guys do have any questions, then feel free to ask us in the box. The questions can be anything really, anything related to obviously my presentation, Brexit, COVID, feel free to ask away. And yeah, I'll just be waiting for you guys to see if you had any questions.
Hi everyone, my name is Michele Raimonda. I'm from the University of Westminster here in London. Thank you all for your time today and your busy schedule and listening to the presentation just to find out a bit about the university, our courses and what it's like to be a student in London. If you've got any questions as we're going through, please do type them and send us a chat box. So if you type a question to me, I'll save some time at the end to go through any live questions and answers with you. So to start off, just a little bit about our university. We're very big. We have 19,000 students plus studying with us each year. They come to us from over 160 different countries. One unique thing about our university is we're very international. Over 5,000 of our students study with us from outside of the UK. So over a quarter of our students are from Europe or places across the world, America, China, India. So your lessons, they won't be with domestic British students. You'll have a great mix of students, nationalities, cultures, and you'll really make friends throughout the whole world. You have an excellent employability, graduate employability rate of 86%, which does grow each year for students who graduate within the first 6 months and then find employment. And because of our number of international students we have, we're ranked among the top 15 most international universities in the world. That's for the percentage of international students that we have. So here is a map of central London. I'm sure many of you have been to London before. We have 4 campuses in total. 3 are in central London. The first is called Marylebone campus. That is opposite Regent's Park, Madame Tussauds in Baker Street. Just to the right of Regent, we have our Cavendish campus next to the BT Tower. And then just below Cavendish, we have our Regent Street campus, which is on Regent Street, about a minute's walk away from Oxford Street and Oxford Circus. This high road, if you can see my mouse hovering, it's the busiest, most famous high road in the UK, where all the major shops, retail outlets are. As you can see from the campuses in central London, you are close to many iconic places, many touristy places like London Eye, Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, the British Library, St Paul's Cathedral, other places in London like Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus, King's Cross, Camden Town. You can easily walk to all of these different places or get a short train or bus ride, very, very commutable. We have a 4th campus in the box that you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen called Harrow. That's in Northwick Park in northwest London. Harrow campus to central London is about 20 minutes away by tube, and it's on a direct train. And for anyone who has been to London, you'll be familiar with this London Underground tube map. You can see the 3 campuses in central London, close to Baker Street Station, Warren Street, Oxford Circus, and then Northwick Park Station. And the blue dots, they're our accommodation, our halls of residence. The blue circles, I'll go through the accommodation during the next few slides. So what does London have to offer? London is a fantastic city, huge international city. At the moment, things aren't as open as they were in previous years due to the pandemic that we're all going through throughout the world. But on a normal time of year, normal day, London's a booming city. So much activity, so much things for you to do while you're studying here. Things like industry links, London being the financial and creative capital of the world. Many businesses operating within 30 kilometres of the university. Lots of famous landmarks, which I've mentioned a few. Many others that you can visit evenings and weekends. There's museums and arts galleries like the Science Museum, the National Gallery, which are free for students as long as you have your student ID card. Shopping, you won't be disappointed. Many big outlets, Harrods in Knightsbridge, for famous department stores that you can go shopping. Lots of parks, royal famous parks, Regent's Park, Hyde Park, Primrose Hill, Hampstead Heath, big parks. The West End, the home of the theatre district, where the famous actors and actresses come and have their world premieres in Leicester Square. Sports, when it is football games are allowed to have fans. London is home to 6 Premier League football clubs. The Olympic Park, that staged the 2012 Olympic Games, and Wimbledon being the home of tennis in the summer months. And there's lots of music festivals, concerts, live music events, where it's from famous artists performing at global venues in London. There's, just to give you a taste of what there is to do being a student in London, whether you have an interest in arts, shopping, nature, being a tourist, going to different museums, there is something for everyone in London. As a student, you can get a student discount card, get discounts off shops, off cafes, restaurants, off traveling around the city, traveling around the UK. So you can really take advantage of all of these things being a student. So really just to highlight, London's a fantastic city to live, to study and to work, because you can also get part-time jobs while you're studying here. So looking at what you can study. So one of our campus called Cavendish is where we teach computer science, life sciences and social science degrees like biosciences, computer science, nutrition, psychology, and all of these subject areas break down into smaller degrees. So if you're interested in computer science, you can study software engineering, network security, many different other courses. Our Regent Street campus is where we teach humanities and social science courses as well, like criminology, English, history, languages, politics, international relations, and also our law school is based within Regent. And we also have a law building about a minute away from the Regent campus where our law students have their lessons. Our Marylebone campus, we have our School of Architecture and Cities, courses like Architecture and Interiors, Transport and Events, Tourism and Events, Transport and Logistics, and our Westminster Business School, where we teach accounting, finance and economics degrees, business and management, human resource management and marketing. I should also point out, bachelor degrees in the UK are 3 years, and masters are 1 year. With the majority of our courses for undergraduates, you can take either the 3 years studying or you can take a 4-year option. If you do the 4-year option, you can work for 12 months during the 3rd year of your studies and get paid practical work experience, or you can do a study abroad exchange and go to one of our partners anywhere in the world and study in English in that country. So you've got options there. You can either do the 3 years full-time studying or 4 years with 1 year work placement or 1 year study abroad. And then our 4th campus, Harrow, is our creative campus where we teach School of Arts and have our School of Media and Communications. Courses like art and design, fashion, TV, film, journalism, music, photography, very creative course, big campus, which has accommodation on that campus as well. And many of our famous alumni have studied these particular degrees that you can see on your screen and have gone to very good things. And the fact that we're based in London, central London, lots of creative industries are around the surrounding areas. It's excellent for networking, building your portfolio, gaining links with industry, as well as freelancing and work experience that you can get involved with. So looking at the entry requirements, so for students studying with us from Spain, for a bachelor's degree, you'll need a minimum of 6.5 in your high school qualification, your título de bachillerato. And for master's degree students, you need a bachelor's degree with a minimum of 6 overall grades. Some courses might require higher. So for bachelor's degree, some courses might require 7, but your majority would be 6.5 or above. And you would need English language as well. We accept IELTS of 6.0 for bachelor's or 6.5 for masters. One thing as well we're also accepting is your high school English grades. So if you got 8 in your English within your baccalaureato, we would accept that as meeting the IELTS 6 requirement. And similar for master's degree, if you get 9 in English within your high school baccalaureato, you would be exempt from taking IELTS or another test. So you wouldn't need to take an English language test if you get 8 or 9 in your English within your high school. We also offer other English language tests that you can take from home that are available on our website. So if you didn't get 8 in your high school English, and it's difficult to take an IELTS test or another test, we can arrange for you to take a test from home, similar to it as it is now, with a laptop, your microphone, your speaker. You can take an online test which tests your listening, speaking, reading and writing, similar to IELTS, that we would accept. So a lot about the entry requirements. If there is a specific course you're interested in studying that you want to know the exact requirements for, please do type it in the chat box and I can go through at the end. Or after this webinar, please just come and visit my booth and we can have a video chat or a text chat. And I go through the exact requirements for your particular course, whether you need a portfolio, an interview, etc. But for the majority of our courses, we look at your grades in your high school, your bachelor's degree, and your English, along with your full online application. So this is now the important things. So Brexit has affected things for European students studying in the UK. The first being the fee. So our fee is £14,400 per year, and that'll be for 3 years of bachelor's. And masters, the fee does vary. So look on our webpage to see the exact course for the particular subject you're interested in studying. We offer lots of scholarships to students. Being the first year post-Brexit, we'll have more scholarships than we have done in previous years. They're on our website and others will be added, so we can bring your fee down to what used to be. But do keep an eye on our website for details of scholarships, which ones you're eligible to apply for. We have high achieving scholarships based on your academic grades. And we'll also be offering scholarships for any student that applies through Edmundo. So do keep an eye out on various scholarships that you could be eligible for. Visas, important criteria should be made aware of. You would need to have a student visa to study in the UK from this September, unless you have pre-settled or settled status and you've applied for that already. And if you don't know, by all means, please ask colleagues at Edmundo or write me a message. But you would need a student visa if you don't have the settled or pre-settled UK status. The cost of the application is about £350. And you also need to pay immigration healthcare surcharge, which covers medical expenses should you require. And you also get 25% discount on that. And also staying in the UK once you graduate, you can stay for a maximum of 2 years, work in the UK, stay in the UK. And that launches this summer for students that are graduating this year. So it's a few important changes that you should know, as if you're interested in coming to the UK, the visa requirements, as it's a new thing for European students, and the staying after you graduate. You can stay a maximum of 2 years. There are specialist jobs you can apply for where you can stay for 3 years, but more details are on various government websites and visa application websites. So accommodation, we have accommodation for new students that start with us each year, either at Harrow or Wembley for undergraduate students. Harrow is where we have our campus. Prices are between £180 to £240 per week for single bedrooms, depends on the size. Wembley is for our students studying in central London, about £207, will go up slightly each year. And that's for, again, a single bedroom, your own private toilet and shower facilities, as you can see an image on your screen. More photos, information about the rooms are available on the web link. So why choose us? Why make us the first choice if you made an application to us? Firstly, we're a vibrant, state-of-the-art campus. We have excellent facilities, excellent industry standard equipment, whether it's in our science laboratories, our business accounting rooms, computer science, green rooms, robotic, artificial intelligence equipment that you can use. Every equipment you'll use, whether it's arts, business, using industry standard to make you employable. So once you do graduate, you've got the skills required that industry expects. We have excellent industry links. Being in London really does help. As I mentioned, lots of big industries from huge corporations like Facebook, Google have headquarters in London. But as I say, many creative art industries are based in London, if that's an area you're interested in studying. So it's great for networking, building your resume, CV, getting work experience. So once it does come to when you get your results, you graduate, you've got different links to industry to contact and apply for jobs. But excellent academic teaching, careers and employability rate is very good and does increase each year. And our slogan, London is our campus, it's essentially true. There is so much for you to do being in London, whether you're interested in different cuisines, different things that I mentioned at the start in terms of sports, music. You will not get bored of studying in London. As at the moment, things are very different to what a normal year looks like for students. But say once this pandemic is over, once it's safe to do so and teaching is returned on campus, it's a fantastic place to be. In terms of teaching, you may be aware of current students, they're all studying online purely because of the situation. Once it's safe to do so, lessons and universities will reopen and have probably a hybrid approach. We might have some on-class in-campus lessons whilst complemented by virtual lessons, as I'm sure you're attending right now in Spain. But so we can't predict what it will be like in September, but it is looking possible that it might be a blended online and some on-campus teaching. I say we only reopen our campus once it's safe to do so for our students, for our staff, and following government guidelines, of course. So how to make an application? You can make an application through Edmundo offices, contact their staff and counsellors on how to apply. You can make an application through their offices. Apply through those websites, and you'll need completed documents, which will include the online application form through UCAS, and a personal statement or a letter of motivation, one reference from your academic teachers, and your transcripts. Whether you have your last year transcripts, your English grade, you can submit them through online through UCAS, through your counsellors, or you can send them directly to me. You'll get my email address at the end. If you've made an application and have documents to send, you can send them directly to me post-application. That's me, that's my contact details, my email address. So if you do have any questions after this event, I say by all means do contact me. Also recommend looking at our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, just to get an idea of what's happening at the university, not just ours, but any other university you're considering in going to. It's always good to see what events, what's happening at the university. We do have, continuing on from virtual events, we have virtual open days coming up next month on the 13th of March for students interested in a bachelor's degree, undergraduate, or for postgraduate courses, master's degrees. We have a virtual open day on the 24th of March. You can register online on our homepage. There should be an open day box. Click on that and you can register your details. It's a great opportunity not just to find out a bit more about the university, but actually speak to current academic staff about what you're going to be studying. So if you're interested in psychology, the modules you're going to be studying, more information about the actual course, talk to students currently with us, get an idea of what it's like for them to study at the moment, get their personal experience from it. And you can also see the campus virtually, of course, but you'll get an idea of what the campus looks like, have a virtual tour, and have tours of our accommodation and speak to various accommodation, student funding, student advice staff as well. That's essentially the presentation. So if you did have any questions now, by all means, please do type them in the chat box. I'll just show you a quick video and then I'll come back to the chat section. So I'm just going to unfreeze. I'm just going to share a different screen. If you'll bear with me. I hope this video does play well on your phone or laptop and sound comes. We'll just start it now. Brilliant. I hope you all saw that it came good on your screen and managed to hear the sound perfectly. So it's right now, I'll just go to the chat box and answer any questions that you have. So please do type them to me. There aren't any questions at the moment, but say by all means, please do. If you've got any questions about anything that I've discussed today, please do type in the chat box. I can mute the microphone for about a minute or so, just to give you time to answer anything, and then I'll come back in about a minute or so to go through the answers. I just had a question come through. So hello, do you have any scholarships? We do have scholarships. I mentioned in the presentation, we'll be offering more scholarships than we have in previous years. They are all available on our website, and some will be added. They're all merit-based scholarships, so we look at your academic grades. But if you get 9 overall in your scholarship, I'd recommend for you to make an application for. And we're looking at other options in offering scholarships to students that aren't announced at the moment, but they should be this month. So if you keep an eye on the website, it's likely we have more scholarship, more funding opportunities for you on top of the scholarships that we already have. That should be released in the next month or so. But yes, we have always had scholarships. It's just we're looking to have a bigger pool of scholarships for all our European students, and they'll be released on the website this month. The ones we do have at the moment on the website, they are more academic based, so looking at high achieving students who have excellent grades in high school or bachelor's degree. So if you did get 9 or above in your bachelor's degree, I strongly recommend applying for one of our scholarships. We have a range of different scholarships you can apply for, but we certainly do have scholarships at the university. Well, thank you very much for your question. So if there's any other questions, by all means, please do type anything to me about the university, about courses, about the specific entry requirements to the course you're interested in studying. I can go through the details with you. Otherwise, by all means, please do come and visit my booth. You can find University of Westminster in the lobby, in the exhibition area. You can come and type a question to me, or by all means, you've got my contact details, I believe you can see on your screen. Please do send me an email. I can arrange a phone call with you, or a Zoom or Skype call, or a message type conversation with you, should you have any other questions. I'll mute the microphone again for another few minutes. So if anything does come up, please do type. Okay, perfect. I can see there's no more questions. Hopefully I've answered everything. As I say, if anything does come up, you've got my email address on your screen, or visit our booth today, or contact Edmundo staff if you need any information on applying to us. Thank you all for listening to me this afternoon. I wish you all the best in your studies. I hope everything's going well in Spain. I look forward to welcoming you to University of Westminster in September. Thank you. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you, Michele.
everyone. It's so nice to have you here. Or if you're watching this later, I'm happy that you are. I really enjoyed talking to a few of you at the booth today, so I'll try to answer the questions you asked and give you some more information as well. What we're going to talk about in the next 50-ish minutes is US admissions. We're going to talk about the opportunities you have to study in the United States. We're going to see why over 8,000 people from Spain are now currently studying in the United States. That's a big number, FYI. And we're going to talk about different scholarship opportunities as well as support you can find to work on your own application and to study in the United States. So whether you are interested in studying for a bachelor's program, a master's program, a PhD, we can talk about that, and we will. I'm Cinziana. I'm one of the counselors at Admerica, and what we do is offer information and courses and counseling to those interested in U.S. study. Let me share my screen with you in just a second, and we can proceed. So great. Okay, so I wanted to just quickly introduce who we are. Admerica is a project of the Educativa group, and we have a lot of brothers and sisters. All of us do education-related things. So Youth is the fair that we're at today. Edmundo Universalio offer counseling for studying abroad. We offer career counseling, loans for studying abroad, soft skills training, an amazing entrepreneurship university, conferences for teachers, technology clubs for students, a nursing academy. So yeah, if you have any education related questions about where you might want to study, what funding you can get, what field or subject you would like to study, you can definitely send us a question or send me a question, and I'll make sure you get in touch with whomever you need to talk to, whomever can help you best. Now, we have 5 topics to talk about today. First, why study in the United States? I'm sure you have your own answers to this question, but we can share maybe other reasons that you might like to consider. We're going to talk about Spaniards in the USA, some numbers. We're going to talk about the application process, so you know when and what you need to send to universities. We're going to talk about money, and we're going to talk about support. Okay? Okay. Now, one reason why a lot of people choose to study in the United States is the variety of universities. There are a lot of them. Now, it's true that the United States is a big country, but still, they have around 5,000 colleges, universities, and institutes, which is a lot. And half of them, around half of them, can also offer master's and PhD programs. So whatever you're looking for, you're probably going to find it. This variety can sometimes be, I don't know, it can be sometimes complicated to choose where you want to study. And in that situation, it's easy to kind of gravitate towards rankings, for instance. You know, if you look at the best universities in the world, well, it makes sense, right, to apply there. What I wanted to show you was that when you look at different rankings, you see different results. See? I mean, yes, maybe they're the same universities in a different order, but not always. And if you look at other rankings, you might find out other interesting things. For instance, the United States is famous for their liberal arts colleges, which are universities where you can study for bachelor's degrees. Some of these schools are top universities in the world, not just in the USA. They offer amazing scholarships and they are very, very competitive. But because there are so many options, it's easy to not know about them and to only find out much, much later. So public service announcement. Look at look at different options. Don't just look at the first ranking that you find. There are many variables, and the perfect university for you might be one that you haven't heard of yet, like beautiful Williams College. We have a student who is in her first year here at Williams, and her scholarship is almost full. So her family only pays around maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a year for everything, for education, living expenses, medical insurance, everything, which is crazy. So yeah, look at different options. Ask us because we will be happy to give you suggestions or to talk more about this. Uh, yes. So remember, look wide, cast a wide net when you're looking for universities. Don't just apply to the Ivy League because they're the Ivy League. Before any other reasons to go to the USA, I just wanted to motivate you a little bit. There are a lot of international students in the USA, over 1 million, which is a lot. And actually, almost 8,000 of them are Spaniards. Like, this is the breakdown if you're interested. What I wanted to show you is that the change is positive. So there are 10% overall, there are 10% more Spaniards studying in the United States in the last academic year than previously. Other countries have gone down in this, but you guys went up. So by a lot, by 10%, meaning Spaniard applicants, you found good universities to apply to. You probably got funding as well to be able to study for bachelor's programs, for master's and PhDs, for research, or just non-degree programs, so shorter programs. And you were also successful in finding jobs after you finished your program to be able to do this optional practical training program where you kind of work for a while after you finished studying and practice what you learned. So you were successful on all of these accounts, which is quite amazing. Um, like I said, almost 5,000 universities, and the funding that they offer is very, very generous. Yes, US universities can have very different prices. They can go from even $10,000 a year to over 80,000 if you look at education costs and living expenses. But the scholarships that they offer are very, very generous. So yeah, keep that in mind. They might be expensive, but if you look at good options and you find what works for you, you might be pleasantly surprised. What other things do people love about U.S. study? Well, top one I think is the liberal arts philosophy. Now, liberal arts doesn't mean you study art. It's um, the name comes from the ancient liberal arts, the artes liberales, like seven of them I think there were, like geometry and astronomy and music and some other four. So U.S. universities, what they mean by this philosophy is that they want people who go to university to be prepared for life, not just for a certain field of study, right? So even if you, I don't know, want to go to a university in the U.S. and study psychology, for instance, they will still encourage you to take other subjects, to take foreign languages, to travel, to do internships. So that's what they mean by helping you be prepared for life, not just for whatever subject you are studying. Liberal arts also is reflected in the curriculum, which is personalized, which means that you get to choose what you study, and you also are matched to the kind of the difficulty level of the course. So if you have taken, I don't know, math in high school, excuse me, and are pretty good at it, you have good grades in that subject. When you go to university and you decide to continue taking math, you will be placed in a more comprehensive, more advanced course. If you want to start German and you've never studied it, but you're interested, You can just take an intro course and see if it's right for you, if you like it. And if you like it, you can continue. So a lot of people discover pretty soon in university that they have multiple passions that they would like to pursue. So you can do a double major, or you can do even a triple major, or there are different combinations of majors and minors that you can specialize in during your 4 years of university. So we've had students do things like computer science and music production. Great, great fit. You can do all sorts of combinations. Literally, what you're interested in, that's what you can do. And you have all of this flexibility because in those 4 years of study, for the first two, your major is not declared. So yes, they'll ask you, what do you want to study? And you'll tell them, but you can change your mind very easily. So you have this flexibility to experiment, to find your passions, and then you can make a choice and choose an interesting combination of fields you would like to study and get a diploma in, which is pretty cool. Um, Professors are famously close to students. They're very involved in your lives. Not just they don't just teach you; they're mentors. They have a lot of activities that they can share with you, such as research. So if you're interested in this, you can do research in almost any field, even from your first year of study. This is a paid job, and it's awesome because it's something that will remain in your CV. It will probably lead to new opportunities. We've had many students who were offered summer jobs for research, with their professors. We have had students go to conferences to present the work that they did with their professors. So this is very exciting. And again, in any field, almost you can do research. And even if you don't want to specialize in that, you can still do it and learn something new and be involved in the world. It can be very, very exciting. Another thing that people love is studying abroad. Like I said, yes, you might be abroad already studying in the USA, but they will encourage you and even pay for you to study for a while in another country, maybe at a partner university, maybe somewhere at a program that you yourself have found. Um, we've had many examples of this. Basically, if you have an idea, you find an opportunity that you would like to pursue, most universities will encourage you to do it and help you do it. Um, Another advantage is that the funding that they offer is predominantly gift money, so money you don't have to pay back, so scholarships versus loans. Um, Another is the admissions process, which we'll talk about right now. But before that, I just wanted to mention two other stuff. The support system on campus, again, is famous. Like US universities are thought, are kind of designed to be sometimes like little cities. It's not just a university where you go and then you finish classes and then I don't know, you're on your own. Usually, even if they're in the middle of a city, or maybe, or if or not, universities will have a campus. They will have all sorts of centers where you can do research, writing. You have free counseling. You have therapy. You have sorry for that. You have so many resources that are free. You have a career center, which is awesome, and they'll help you find internships and opportunities. So there's a lot of support. You're never alone, and you can really create a community that you are a part of for the rest of your life. And last but not least, the amazing extracurriculars. Yes, many universities offer Quidditch and sailing, and we've had two students over the years who became champions at ballroom dancing. It's a thing on US campuses, and yeah, they really took to it. So you might find passions that you never thought you would have on a campus, and that's just the way it's meant to be. Um, Let me see if there are any comments or questions or anything. I don't think so, right? You'll let me know if we have any questions. Now, what I wanted to clarify was that in the U.S. they can be shorter or they can be longer, but most people take 4 years to finish. And then for graduate programs, usually masters take around 1 to 2 years, and PhDs or doctorates take around 3 to 8 years. What's very interesting is that in the US, if you know, like you know that you want to do research, you know that you would like to be a professor in the future, um, like a university professor. Um, you can apply to a doctoral program without a master's. We have had students who applied and were accepted to doctoral programs right after finishing their undergraduate. So they were 21, 22 years old, and they were starting a PhD program. So that is, yeah, around 50% of the people who are in a PhD program don't have a master's. Now, it's not, there's an explanation for this. Usually, the first 2 years of a PhD are kind of similar to a master's. So, yeah, it's totally fine to apply. If you know that this is what you want to do, research, go and apply to a PhD. If you're not so sure or you don't want to do this, you want to be more practical, you want to get a job after your master's, then, apply to master's. But the option is there, which is pretty cool. I promised we would talk about the application. So listen up. The application is called holistic, which means that the whole person matters. So not just your grades, not just tests, everything matters. Which means that we all get a chance to tell our story. So I don't know if you're very good in school, or if you're very active in the community, or you do sports, or you do tutoring, or you help your parents with their business. Whatever you do, all of these things matter in the application. Now you have to tell the university about these things and show them why they matter, but they do matter. You'll need usually an application form. There are many online platforms. The most popular is the Common Application if you want to Google it. You will need your grades from high school or from university, depends on what level you're applying to. You can apply starting in the autumn, winter of your last year of study. So you don't have to finish high school or university to apply. You apply before that. You're going to need some context on your university or high school. So not just the grades matter, but what grades other people got in your, I don't know, in your cohort or in your group. Um, what's the institution like? What subjects did you take and why did you take them? Like, did you have to take them? Did you have a choice? Did you choose the easier subjects or the harder ones? So all of this matters. It's not just a final grade. Um, you will probably need an English test, but there's a lot of variety. TOEFL, IELTS, even Duolingo for many universities. And you might choose to take maybe a test like the SAT or the ACT, but this can be debatable because many universities allow you to not take it. So this can be, again, we can talk about this more afterwards if you want, if it's a good idea or not for you to take this test, but it will be, the answer will be different for every person. You will need admissions essays, which some say are the most important part of the application, and you'll see why in a second. You will need recommendations from your high school or university, but also from extracurriculars or your jobs, or so they want to see you from different points of view, from different perspectives. You will need to tell them about your activities, to just like give them some information about what you did, where you did it, for how long you did that activity. And you will have a separate application for funding, so for scholarships. So that's the application. Now you can do all of these things. Well, depends on how much time you have. There is no ideal interval to work on your application. The sooner the better. That's what I think is most fair to say. So if you've just started high school and you want to apply, yeah, now is the time to think about these things. Are you in your last year and desperate to apply? Yes, you can still apply. There are still options, but depending on what you know academic year you're in, you will have different options and different time frames to do things. And I think the sooner, the better works. So let's talk more. It's never too early. Never, never too early. Now, why do people say that the essay is so important? Well, because really not many universities are able to offer interviews. So the only element of the application that is truly just something that you wrote, like from top to bottom, your own thoughts, your own personality, your own style, is going to be the essay, or rather, I should say the essays, because most universities require multiple essays, but you can kind of reuse them, between universities, but multiple essays. If you're applying on the Common App, the Common Application, you'll have 7 options. These are just 2 of them as an example. So see, they're not asking you why do you want to study, I don't know, psychology. They're asking you to tell them about your background, your interests. I mean, the story that you choose to tell might have no connection to psychology, and that would be all right because if you told them about your passion for psychology in a different part of the application, then that would be covered. So that's the magic of the holistic application. You can kind of address different parts of your life um, in different parts of the application. And also, just to remind you, in the US, you don't, yeah, you might change your mind about what subject you want to specialize in. So it's no use for them to ask you, why do you want to be this? Why do you want to be that? Because, yeah, you might change that anyway. So they want to know who you are as a person. What's the deal overall, not just for certain subjects like many universities in Europe do. The system in Europe is different. You will find more flexible programs there. Some of them are even called liberal arts programs, but most universities in Europe will will be more like they'll make you choose from the beginning what you want to study, and then in the application you're going to have to show them why you want to study that thing and what makes you qualified for that. Whereas in the US, it's like we want to know everything. We want to see, I don't know, why you did these things in your life and what you would like to do in the future. Yeah, another topic is about failure, which is human. So, yeah, they're not looking for the perfect student, the perfect person. They're looking for someone who is thoughtful and introspective and who has thought about these things and who has an answer to such questions. And this answer usually comes in time. You have to think about it a little bit. Um, like I said, universities can request multiple essays, and they usually have supplemental essay questions. For instance, University of Chicago has some very very creative ones. So if you want to go take a look, they always change them every year. I think they're very cool. These are just 2 examples that I like. What's so odd about odd numbers? Like there, there is no one answer to this question. Here you can show them how you would answer this question, right? So your own creativity, your own style. Um, yeah, this is kind of the US model. They want to see your personality, not just the facts. Um, yeah. So the essay can be pretty important. We do offer support for this. We can recommend free resources for you to read, but we also offer counseling for this, either for the entire application or specifically for brainstorming and writing your essay if you're interested in that. Now, there's a lot more we could talk about the application, but I'm trying to be mindful of time. Um, the recommendations are just as important as the essays. Everything is important. But to move on to money, because this is an important topic, There are some types of funding that are available for both undergraduate studies, so bachelor's studies, and for master's or PhD programs, and some that are just for one of the categories. Um, Something that everyone can apply for if the university offers it is merit-based funding. So merit can mean a lot of things. You will see that each university defines what they mean by this. Um, some scholarships will be based on your grades or your GPA, your grade point average, your average grade. Maybe on your exam scores if you take exams such as the SATs, but other merit um, scholarships are based on completely different things. For instance, there are many universities that offer scholarships like called Global Scholar Essay or Make a Difference Essay scholarship, and usually you have to write a separate essay, kind of explaining what you would like to do with your education or stuff like that. So not all scholarships are based on your grades, but some are. So you need to be careful about that. And you need to be careful about this before you decide to apply at a university. So don't apply just because it's a great school. Make sure that they have funding available for you because this issue will not be resolved after you get in. This is why you need time to research universities to see where the perfect fit is. And sports scholarships are also available. Now, athletes have to go through the same application process that everyone goes through, but extra, they can write to the coach at the universities they're interested in for the sports that they play, and kind of introduce themselves, send a presentation video, stats, stuff like that. So the coach can kind of see if you would be a good fit for their team. There are some athletes that go to university on an academic scholarship. So it's not, even if you are on the university team for, I don't know, certain sports like tennis or basketball or many others, you don't necessarily have to be on a sports scholarship. And also, this there's a myth I think sometimes that that athletes have it easier and they get in just like that, which is not true. It's competitive to be a college athlete as well. Um, but yeah, if you do play sports in an organized manner, like you definitely maybe I should think about this, about contacting coaches, about making a presentation video. Again, we can talk about this. There are also need-based uh, scholarships. Well, they're called need-based financial aid, which means that the university will ask you about your income, about your expenses, about do you own a house, do you own a car, do you have loans, do you have credit cards. So they will ask you a bunch of questions to understand your family's financial situation, and then they will calculate your need. Now, this is not just like arithmetic, like easy arithmetic. Every university has like its own formula to calculate need. So you'll send the same information, but might get different results from different places. But yeah, you will see that some universities, like for instance the Ivy League schools, only offer need based. Some only offer merit based. Some offer a combination, and they make a financial aid package for you. So do be careful about these things. Look, ask questions. It's better to ask questions before you apply than after. And also look at how much money is available. You will see that there are some universities that literally can give you a full ride, meaning everything is paid, like even living expenses. And some really cannot. So that's why you need to look at these things beforehand, do your research, and then when you apply, you know that you have a good chance of funding, not just admissions. Now, campus jobs, yes, everyone offers them. They are great. You can do research. You can be a tutor. You can do all sorts of things. in different fields and different departments. So these are awesome. And some universities even include them in their financial aid package, actually. But even if you don't have that in your package, you can apply for campus jobs, and I'm sure you will love them. There are loans available too, but they're not something that you receive like automatically just because you want to. You have to have a co-signer, so someone else who can, like maybe a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident that can help you get one. So it's not, it can be, it's not always available to get a loan, even if you want to get one. So be careful. Try to look for universities that offer funding themselves. There are so many, so you will have options. And then there's other scholarships. Now, these can sometimes be quite small, but you can definitely apply for them and kind of add them to your portfolio. But then there are really big ones, like for instance, Cards Against Humanity, like the game. They have an annual scholarship, a full ride for a woman, a girl who has been admitted to a STEM program. So STEM, to a U.S. university to study a STEM field. So yeah, look for that. Google options. There are, you might find interesting things. But I will tell you that at the end of the day, the main source of funding, besides your family, will be the university, most likely. So choose wisely. Now, for people applying to master's and PhD programs, you also have a bunch of merit based options available. And then your campus jobs are better paid than the previous ones because you usually get to work with your professors, and you can be teaching assistants or research assistants. These are very interesting jobs. They will help you get closer to your professors and build a better relationship to them, and they will also help you to advance in your field. Um, yes, and they're paid, like I said, they're paid, they have a better salary than previous jobs, and they can be a very important part of your funding package. Also, if you work on campus as an assistant, a graduate assistant, many universities give you big discounts on your study costs. So that's how this can really help you. There are loans available as well, and then there's external funding, maybe even Fulbright scholarships, and other such programs. But again, most likely, most of the money will come from the universities you choose. Now, let me see how much time we have. Oh, we have around 15 minutes, I think. That's pretty luxurious. Um, I'll see if you have any questions in a second. So let me tell you what we do and some other stuff as well. Now, we offer info sessions regularly. Some are in Romanian, some are in English. We can adapt. So I don't know if anyone watching this wants us to do a session for you, you and your university colleagues or your high school cohort or whatever. Let us know. We would be happy to help you. And we also offer these sessions, like I said, on our website, so you can kind of check that out and participate if you're interested. We would love to have you. Any questions you have, happy to answer them. We also offer all sorts of camps and courses. In the past year, they have been online and they have been great. They have been great. Even now, I just finished a session in this course, like right before I came here, and it was just the most amazing conversation with such smart high school students, so talented and so unique, so different one from another. So basically, what we do in these courses, we have one of them is dedicated to the SAT exam, the reasoning exam, the one that has English and math exercises. We go through the sections, we talk about strategies, we do drills, we take a mock exam, maybe two. So if you have any questions about the SATs, let me know. they're very interesting exams, but they're very specific. So it's not just are you smart or do you know English or math. You have to know the specific types of questions that they ask, and you have to move fast because there's a lot of questions in limited time. The other course we have, this one, Student in the USA, is basically an 8 week adventure. Every week we talk about a different element of the application process and we start working on it. For instance, this week, today we were talking about actually about extracurriculars and about why people do certain activities, how they can be presented to universities in your application, what the value is, what the value is that you personally extract from what you do. So every good application starts with introspection, with self-analysis. So I can tell you that for free. But yeah, if you would be interested in any of these courses, you can go to our website and check them out. But yeah, we talk about the essays, recommendations, we talk about the financial aid application, and like I said, we start working on all of them throughout the course. What else? Well, I spied with my little eye that you guys are quite lucky. You have two Education USA centers, and they're comprehensive, so they're the best, like the most well, I don't know, funded versions available. I myself and my colleague are Education USA alumni. We love, we were Education USA advisors ourselves. Education USA is an international program that the State Department basically has in order to share information and resources and help um, for those interested in studying in the United States. So you have a center in Barcelona and one in Madrid, it seems. Check them out. I'm sure they're awesome. They might offer like yeah, info sessions. They might have a library where you can get books from and stuff like that. So check that out. Now, this is us. Like I said, America offers free information and info sessions and paid for online courses and counseling. Uh, we're happy to help if you have any questions or if you want to work with us. Again, we'd be happy to talk more about that. You can find us on social media, online at America. And yeah, this is me. This is my amazing mentor and colleague, and this is one of our students, one of our delightful students who had a very amazing college experience. And she also did research. She learned Russian in university. She did so many things. Um, yeah. So I'll close the share screen, I think, so that I can see what's happening, what's occurring. Um, I don't think we have any questions, right? So let me see. Let me see what I could tell you. Let me see if I have any individual messages from you guys in the booth. I know someone mentioned basketball. Yes, you could definitely talk to coaches about that. Do it now. Like I said, there are different. Thank you. There are different types of funding for sports. It depends on the sport. It depends on whether the gender, and it depends on the type of university because there are different divisions, sports divisions, and then there are different rules. So make sure you research that and see what the options are for you. What else should I tell you? Mm, I don't know. I'm pretty impressed actually by the numbers. Like I said, the numbers for Spain in a year where statistics have gone down for a lot of countries, so there are fewer students from that country in the US. You guys have gone up, so you're clearly doing something right. You're probably going to the beautiful Education USA offices. But if you want to talk more about that and you need further resources, um, we would be happy to help, like I said. Um, now, I wonder, do we have to fill the time until 7, or because I can and I will, but or should we? Do you think we should wrap up? Hmm? Well, until we figure that out, let me think. Oh, something important actually. See, I ramble so much. I don't tell you the important thing. Now, I meant it when I said you should apply as early as possible. In the US, many deadlines are in November or December or January of your last year of study. So, depending on whether you're in high school or university. So, in other countries, applications are sent later, not in the US. So, this means that by November, December, January, for many programs, you have to have everything. You have to have your exams, your essays, your recommendations. So again, prepare beforehand. Now, there are still universities accepting applications now in February, March, even later. But you will see that sometimes the universities, might not be what you wanted in terms of funding. Maybe they have less funding than the options that have their deadline on the 1st of January. Um, so do be careful about this aspect. Another thing is, you don't have to apply to university right away. So if you're in your last year of high school and you're feeling pressured by all of this information, just take a breather, get informed, write your application, and apply later. For the university, it truly does not matter if you're 17, 18, 19, whatever, however old when you're applying to university. What matters is that you have a good application that represents you in the best way possible as a person, as a future student. So if you need a little bit more time for that, that's normal. We have students every year who do this, who apply later, and it's perfectly fine. So don't feel pressure. It's never too late to apply. Never. Or another question we sometimes get: if I already have a master's, can I do another one? Yes, yes, you are welcome to do another one. Or if you want, you can apply to a doctoral program if that's what you would be more interested in. So there's always an option. If you look for it, the US will definitely offer it. Now, another thing is that there are US universities in other countries. So sometimes they are campuses of US universities. Sometimes they're universities that have copied the American model. Now, a lot of our students love such a university in Germany called Jacobs. There's another one in Berlin called Bard. Beautiful. Jacobs is modeled after Rice University in Texas, a famous research university, whereas Bard is a European campus for Bard in the USA. There's a Bard in New York State. Amazing. And they have good scholarships too. And then there's another one in Vienna, the Central European University. Then there's Webster that has campuses in Vienna, in Greece, in Thailand, and all over the world. Um, where else? There's the American University of Paris, amazing. Um, there are many options. So if you like what you heard, you would like to have a flexible educational program, you would like to have scholarships, you would like to do research in university. If you want all of these things, but for for whatever reason, don't want to go to the U.S., well, you're lucky. You can still do it. Um, there's an amazing campuses for New York University in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai. There's a Yale in Singapore. There are many interesting options for you. So yeah, if you have any questions about that, please let me know. Another tidbit. that I can share. I haven't talked specifically that much, maybe about masters and PhD, but let me tell you that again, you can apply wherever you're ready, and there are interesting options for you to do MBAs, for instance. So if you're, I don't know, if you want to kind of galvanize your career, you can do an MBA, a master's in business administration at almost any age. Um, yeah, like I said, there's an option for everyone. If you did law studies wherever in the world and you want to do a master's in the US, there are special programs for law. You can even take the bar exam in a few states, which is awesome. If you want to do medical studies, if you want to do legal studies, and you're now in high school, in the US, you first go through university, the 4 years in university, and then you apply to law school and medical school as separate programs. Not like a master's, but at the age where you would do a master's. So, yeah, if you want to talk more about that, I'd be happy to. But otherwise, I think it's almost 7 o'clock. I think we can kind of wrap up. Um, if that's okay with you guys, I'm gonna share my contact information with you so that you can take a screenshot if you want. And sorry. Oh, we have a question. So what about the SAT? Now, like I said, the SAT is an exam that American students take, international students take, so we can take it all over the world. There are two types of SAT exams. One has questions in English, and thank you for the questions. Okay, I'm so happy to get them. You guys, why did you let me ramble? Now you have the questions. So let me finish with the SATs. There's one for English and math, and there's another one for different subjects. Now, not all universities require it. So, especially now in this last year, a lot of universities have kind of made it optional. So, if you're thinking about taking the SAT, my honest advice to you is to look at some subjects. There are free subjects you can look for online and really try to solve them. And if you see that you're doing a good job and you would probably get a good score, yes, you can consider taking it. But if it would require a lot of effort on your part, if it would be very hard to take the SAT for whatever reason, maybe don't take it and focus on the other parts of your application. That being said, like I said, we do have a course for the SAT if that helps you. Now, there's another question. Is it hard for a student in Latin America to get a scholarship? That's very relative. I would say it is very possible. Truly, like I said, universities offer around $9 billion in scholarships every year. From our own experience, most of the students we work with need um, big scholarships to be able to go. Now, of course, everyone's financial situation is different, but like I said, most of our students need quite a lot of money to go study in the United States, and they do get it. They do get it. So every year we we we've had this confirmed. There are scholarships available, and it's, I mean, yes, yes, you could definitely get them. So is it hard? I don't know. If you get informed about the application process, which we can give you that information, right? And you do your application to the best of your abilities, you have a good chance. You have a solid chance to get admitted, to get funded. So go ahead and apply, because you'll never know if you get in if you don't try. You know, don't think about other people. You don't know them. You don't know who else is applying this year. If you think that other people are, I don't know, richer than you or have other activities, I don't know, better activities, that's not true. You don't know that. If you do your best in the application, you will probably grow as a person and you will have the best chance you can to get admitted. So apply, please apply and ask us more questions too if you have them. I hope that answered your question. Okay, any more questions? These are good questions. I'm happy to get them.
Yes, this is all. Thank you, Sanji.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.